Ohsweken Speedway here on G4 TV, where tonight it's the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety, Aero Express, and Burger Barn. I'm Greg Kelman, with me Adam Ross. And Adam, we're finally back to the traditional weekend for this event. The weather's fantastic. Car count maybe not as high, but the quality of cars here tonight still excellent.
There's two things we want to point out. From 2019, who could have imagined what the world would have gone through, but let's be a little selfish, what Ohsweken Speedway would have gone through over the next 3 years. Sitting dormant for 2 years, and while there were no race cars here at the track, there were improvements going on all the time. Like Greg says, we're a little bit lighter on car count, but what you are going to find tonight that excites me, Greg, is our local talent can compete with anybody. Jordan Thomas is here, Paulie Colagiovanni is here, Jordan Poirier is here, and our race car drivers can compete with them. That hasn't always been the case. Thank you to Scott Kruder, who was the first to show that our regulars could do it. And then thanks to 2 years traveling on the road for all these teams, it sharpened their skills, and we're going to see that here tonight.
The other big story here tonight is the racing surface, and Zigger Van Tile is back here in 2022. We've had some great track staff here, but Zigger has really brought this track back to life.
He's on the Wall of Fame for Ohsweken Speedway for a reason. He cares about the track surface. He understands the track surface. Last night, the track wasn't perfect. What did he do? He worked all night long. We are going to have a track surface that's going to provide some phenomenal racing.
$10,000 on the line tonight for the 360 Sprints. The Action Sprint Tour will also be on the card here this evening. Earlier on here tonight, I had a chance to catch up with Tricky Nick Sheridan in his first ever September running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Here with Nick Sheridan, who's ready for his first ever Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. The nerves have to be high tonight.
Oh yeah, the nerves are high. I mean, we've had a pretty awesome year this year. Very thankful for the success we've had, but we had a bit of a rough night last night. Hopefully we got all the gremlins out and we're ready to do it tonight.
Now, you did have kind of a prelude to that with the July and the August events, but tonight a lot more heavy hitters are here. So what do you expect in a different track here in the fall as well?
Yeah, this place definitely changes up quite a bit week through week. So last night was really, really heavy, and we'll see. I think it's going to look up a bit more tonight, but the last two were definitely good trainers and good. Learned lots for nights like tonight, and tonight's a big one though. You got to put it all together and see how you can make out.
What's it like having some of these heavy hitters come into town? Do you learn a lot watching what they do, or do you just kind of focus on what you do?
I learned quite a bit racing with them and watch them, see how they work on their cars, see how they race, and it's definitely awesome, interesting to see them, but it's also a little intimidating when you got guys like Jordan Poirier and them coming up here, and lots of big names coming to race to our local track. So I think us home track boys do pretty well, but we'll see how we can do.
You got to be pretty happy with your 2022 rookie season.
It's an amazing season. I mean, 5th in points and Rookie of the Year. I mean, I never even thought that would happen, so it's amazing to get that, but we're still hunting for that first win. If we can do it tonight, that'd be pretty awesome.
It's his first ever September Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, but don't be surprised if he ends up in quick victory lane tonight here at Ohsweken.
Nick Sheridan is one of the drivers I'm going to be excited to watch tonight, but Josh Hansen is another, Liam Martin is another. We've got youngsters doing exciting things out there, Greg, and they get the opportunity to test their mettle against some of the best traveling sprint car racers in the world.
And last night we saw one of them win, with Jordan Thomas picking up the A main for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 sprint cars. And one guy that wasn't too far off the podium last night, he dominated back in August. Paulie Colagiovanni won both nights on the Monday and Tuesday night shows. He is definitely going to be a threat tonight.
I had a chance to chat with Paulie a little earlier. Here's what we had to say. Paulie Colagiovanni, welcome back to Ohsweken Speedway. Last time you were here, the way those two races went, it didn't look like you might ever get beat at this racetrack. Last night, you almost looked human. What was the difference between those two visits?
I think we definitely strive on very slick tracks. Last night was pretty wide open on the cushion. It started to slick up there at the end. We went from, I think it was 14th to 5th, so I was going in our favor. Just hopefully tonight the track definitely slickens up a little bit faster for us.
Does tonight's, the way they run the Nationals, the format, does this lend itself to you? So if you go out there, qualify fastest, you'll line up 4th in the heat. Is that kind of the way you like it? Take out the draw for your starting position, that sort of business?
Yeah, it kind of aims up so you kind of want to not be fast at the 2nd or 3rd, so you start on that outside row. But we'll just see how tonight goes, and hopefully we got a good car tonight.
How much pressure is on you with Kevin Loveys as your crew chief? He had reason to want to come back here to Ohsweken and take some money out of this place. Does that weigh on you at all? Do you think about that? You want to win it for Kevin, or is it just you want to win every time out?
There's definitely a little bit of pressure on me, and definitely puts me in the position to be on my marks and definitely drive the car to the best of my ability.
There you go. Paulie Colagiovanni, one to watch. Lightning fast last time we were here. Still pretty quick last night. He's going to be a factor.
When we return, it's the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals right here on G-Force TV.
Greg, the idea was to go to commercial, but it is go time. We are ready to go with heat race number 1 for the Great Sprint Cars. Here is how they're going to line up. Starting first out of Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young on the outside of the front row. From Kitchener, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Starting third from Ancaster, the 26X is Terry Baker, and rolling off fourth from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Starting fifth from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Starting sixth from Port Perry, the 4B is Daryl Peltier. Starting seventh from Waynefleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Starting eighth from Fonthill, the 08 is Stephen Beckett. Rounding out the field, starting ninth from Rockwood, the 94 is Ryan Fraser. And starting in 10th from Waterloo in the 19D, it's the Professor, Alan Downey.
Well, Adam, I'm looking forward to seeing what Alan Downey can do starting from the back. You know, he won't last there very long. Ryan Fraser's been quick in this one, but all my attention tonight goes on Brett Stratford. He took it hard what happened last night, and I know he is hungry for a win. Here he goes in that BS39 as they head down to corner 1.
Revenge is worth at least a tenth or two a second a lap. And Brett Stratford is seeking revenge just on the fate that took him out last night. Remember, 5
baby
contact between Rob Neely and Brett Stratford sends Neely spinning down to the infield. That will draw a yellow flag. Brett Stratford, one of the fastest cars last night. Greg, he spun out by himself in turn 2 last night, ruined his chances of qualifying through the heat, and then wasn't able to make up the ground in the feature.
No, he came close there in the closing laps. He found a line that worked, but he ran out of time and not able to make the A main. And as you said, that need for redemption will give you that extra 0.2 a lap, and I think we're going to see that tonight from Brett Stratford. But out in front, good to see this guy leading the way. Trevor Young made the A main last night, and that 51 machine, the back half of the season, I think things kind of picked up for Trevor.
You know, look at the top 5 in this heat, the transfers. As we have a look at that replay, we see the tail end of Rob Neely. But in the top 5 right now, Trevor Young in the 51, the 2 of Travis Hofstetter, the 9C of Brian Nanakoke, the 4B of Daryl Peltier, the 26X of Terry Baker. That's a lot of cars that have failed to qualify numerous times in the Great Sprint Division. And that's what this Sprint Division is all about, is drivers you don't always expect to getting in, and drivers you absolutely think are going to qualify, having to watch the feature from the sidelines.
There are 0 provisionals in dirt track racing, at least in these parts. And here we go back to the green flag, single file, past the restart cone. Young, Hofstetter, and Nanakoke head down into corner 1.
Hofstetter having a look at the outside of Trevor Young. That might cost him, though, as Brian Nanakoke closes in on the bottom.
So Trevor Young continues to lead in the 51 car. Second, still Hofstetter, but here comes Peltier in the 4B car. Again, the top 5 will transfer out of these heat races tonight, as opposed to last night when it was the top 6. So fewer spots tonight in this feature.
Here comes 4-barrel Daryl Peltier riding that outside line off of corner 4. He's up to the 2nd spot, and he's another one of the drivers. We talk about so many, more seat time helps. But 4B, Daryl Peltier right now is another one on a steady incline.
Had the chance to talk to Daryl at the drivers' meeting. A real pleasure to meet some of these drivers face to face. We talk about them every week, Greg, but we don't always get the chance to talk to them.
He's closing in on the leader, Tommy.
Yeah, definitely closing in is Peltier. And you know, with 120 cars here on a regular Friday night, it's just hard to get around and talk to everybody, Adam. You're right. And so tonight, a few fewer cars than usual with only 2 divisions and more time to talk to some people with drivers' meetings and such. Right now, Peltier still trying to chase down that 51, Greg.
Yeah, 2 laps left to go for Young over Peltier, Nanakoke, and Stratford. The best battle right now is Hofstetter and Fraser, but it's outside of a transfer spot.
Look at Rob Neely sail the outside, closing in on that battle for 5th. Again, not a transfer, or 6th rather, not a transfer spot, but a good starting spot in the B main does matter, Greg, as Peltier closing the gap on Trevor Young one final time through 3 and 4.
Here they come to the checkered flag at the line. Young will pick up the win over Peltier, and then the battle for 3rd is Stratford. Narrowly over Nanakoke, and Alan Downey picks up the final transfer spot.
Ryan Fraser should start on the pole for the B main tonight. Rob Neely made up some ground after that early race mishap. I'm sure he's not thrilled about that. But that should give him a top 5 starting spot for the B main later tonight.
So Young, Peltier, Stratford, Nanakoke, and Downey get their spots into the A main here tonight. Fraser, Neely, Beckett, Hofstetter, and Baker will go to the B main. Second qualifying heat. We'll start rolling on to the Speedway.
Here's how they'll line up. On the pole in the 52B out of Brockville, it's Matt Billings. Alongside him from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, the 26 is John Verney. In 3rd from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Starting 4th from Pierreville, Quebec, the 19 is Matthew Bardier. Starting 5th from Waterdown, the 5C is Connor Mahoney. Starting 6th from Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. 7th from Kitchener, the 50 LS is Adrian Staley. 8th from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Starting 9th from Ohsweken, the 77T is Tyler Paulus. And rounding out the field, after winning a crate engine last night for his victory in the very first Canadian Crate Sprint Nationals, from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman.
Get a ride along with the Slack Lumber drone cam there. Just as though you're lined up and ready to go to take the green flag with these drivers. What shots that Abby gives us every night here on G-Force TV. Everyone here in attendance, you can see from the drone shot the big video screen down there between 3 and 4. A little bit different look for the fans here to be able to see some of the action from the drone on the screen as we come to the green flag.
Yellow out on this one. Looks like maybe they didn't like that start. Was a bit of a ragged one, so we'll see. Sounds like race director Doug Leonard is calling for someone to go back a row.
Let's watch the replay here.
He's sending Billings back, guys.
Yep, and he jumped about 20 feet ahead of the cone. There's a chalk line down there in turn 4, so he actually jumped right at about the cone, which is too early. You got to wait until you get to the chalk line.
We get a chance, we'll mention the points chase in the action sprint tier tightened up big time last night as we get set to go green once again. We'll get a chance in a few minutes to talk about that.
Look at Barjay around the outside in corner 2, 3 wide off the corner. He'll grab the lead going into 3. Baker on the bottom, Verney to his outside.
Tyler Paulus with problems at the back of the field, lost the handle going into 3, and he's lost touch with the pack. Up at the front, Matt Billings in that final transfer spot. Tyler Ward jumped up to 4th on that first lap. What a great battle this is going to be. Matt Billings and Mike Bowman, they want in.
Yeah, Bowman definitely wants to try to get up in there and earn tonight's $5,000 prize. Since he chose the crate engine last night, tonight he wants to go after the other prize that he didn't choose. Big bounces down in the corner for Verney. He keeps it going, and everybody stacks up behind him.
Holds on to the position, but everyone's bearing down on him, including Mike Bowman, who slips by Keegan Baker and Tyler Ward. Austin Rose following in his tire tracks up to the 4th spot.
What a battle as we reach the halfway point. How on earth is John Verney still running second after that issue? Whoa, when he gets squirrely again in turn number 2, Mike Bowman has to take evasive action and lift. They're still pulling away from Austin Rose and Tyler Ward.
Well, the positions jumbled up big time in the last couple of laps as everybody stacked up there. Bowman now is up to second after being 6th just a couple of laps ago, but now Verney fights back on the outside.
One around Keegan Baker right in front of a couple of cars, Adrian Staley and Connor Mahoney, and that will put us under the caution flag. Teams will need to, drivers will need to slow up there and pick that high side up in corner number 2.
So let's take a moment, fellas. Mike Bowman looked as though he might not transfer legitimately because cars ahead of him were running so well. John Verney did everything but flip in 3 and 4 without even losing a position in that number 26. Just the things that have transpired in this heat race have been phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, John did a nice job holding on to it there, and then again had problems off of corner 2 and held on. Look at Barjay there; he's missing the side panel on the nose wing.
Yeah, they just picked it up off the track in corner 3. We'll send it down to Clinton.
Thanks, guys. I just want to mention points. I'm not sure if you talked about this last night, but Jacob Dykstra in the Action Sprint Tour points had almost a full race on second place Matthew Barjay, the leader in this heat. Last night, Jacob Dykstra was 7 pounds light at the scale. He ended up with 0 points for the race. Now, tonight, coming into the championship with tonight and 2 more to go at Humberstone in 2 weeks, Jacob Dykstra now leads Matthew Barjay by 2 markers coming in. We now have a tour to chase down to the finish here, guys. Dramatic finish last night with Jacob not making weight, and now all of a sudden it's a race again.
Yeah, that was quite the turn of events there for Jacob Dykstra, and Matthew Barjay, the benefactor, will close the gap. He's leading this one.
It puts Darren Dryden right back in the championship fight too, just 12 points out of the leader in 3rd. So a 3-car battle going to be taking place here with 3 races left to go on the Action Sprint Tour season.
Just want to mention a couple things. There's no smoking in the grandstands. I had a couple people mention that. If you're new here, you cannot smoke in the grandstands. And we found a dog. Looks like a black kind of hound dog with a rainbow collar. If you lost it, go to the pit sign-in booth. They found your dog.
I was just reading some fan mail, Clint.
You too?
Yeah, well, we'll have to share this with you later on. Matthew Barjay out in front. 9-hour tow from Pierreville here to Ohsweken Speedway. Looking to make the most of it.
Last night did not go as planned for Bardier. Tonight, going a little better. We'll see what he can do without that side panel on the front wing, though.
He'll come off of corner 4 with Mike Bowman giving chase in that 71. John Verney doing a nice job in the 3rd position. Now Matt Billings has worked his way back up to a transfer spot. He had got shuffled back there a little bit, but he's in 5th now, and here comes Bowman for the lead.
Yeah, Bowman to the inside, then works up the racetrack. Bardier keeping his nose there. 1 lap to go. Let's see if Bardier can get a big enough run off of turn number 2.
Bardier going to go through corner 3 and 4 the final time. Not going to be able to challenge Bowman, though. Bowman will take the heat race win. 2nd, Bardier. 3rd, Rose. 4th is Verney. 5th in the final transfer spot will be Billings. So that'll send Paulie, Staley, Ward, Mahoney, and Baker to the B main.
Wow. Did you guys just see the message I got? 50-50 at $4,000 already, people. So $4,000 in the 50-50. Make sure you pick up some tickets.
It's possible the 50-50 winner will get more than the Action Sprint Tour winner tonight.
It's looking that way, and good for them. Great to see that, which is why we really need to do the 50-50 draw earlier so we can celebrate who the winner is and know where it's gone. Let's introduce you to the starting lineup of heat race number 3 on the pole out of Thamesford. The number 7 is Eric Gledhill. Alongside him in his 2nd race ever on dirt in a crate sprint, the 2C from Smithville is John Cadman. Starting 3rd from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Starting 4th from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. Starting 5th from Port Colborne, the 5D is Jacob Dykstra. Starting 6th from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. Starting 7th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. Starting 8th from Alexandria, the 51L is Lee Ladissour, the General. Now I get it, General Lee. I didn't get it last night. It didn't compute. And rounding out the field from Bowmanville, the 31 is Dale Curran.
That was almost a 24-hour click.
Here's your sign.
Hey guys, just want to jump in on the Curran 31 there. I talked to his mom Tracy today before the races. She said a cool deal. Some folks from Brighton came up and said, hey kid, if you can finish in the top 5 tonight, we'll throw $200 your way and slap a Brighton Speedway sticker on the side of your car. He did it, and they did it. Now Brighton's on the side of the 31, guys.
Nice.
They were impressed with how young Dale ran at Brighton and wanted to help him out. Here we go.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do in this qualifying heat, but boy, oh boy, that kid is talented. Green flag goes up in the air in the Gled Hills along with Cadman, Costa, Dykstra. My goodness, this heat is stacked.
3 wide off of turn number 2. They race down the back straightaway. Costa up the outside. Gledhill out in front. Gledhill looking for second as Cadman loses the nose of that number 2 and shoots up the racetrack.
Dykstra in that 5D, always a hard charger, and tonight I'm sure he's even more motivated after what happened last night on the scales. And look at Dykstra now slide to the inside to take third away from Gledhill.
It's Gledhill, Costa, Dykstra, Larry Gledhill, and Ashton Van Every right now in that 5th spot. The hard charger last night into a transfer spot, but look behind him. John Cadman and Dale Curran working all over his tail tank. Oh, had to back out of it there.
What a move by Ashton Van Every to avoid disaster. That was quick reflexes by Van Every to avoid Dale Curran, and it wasn't even his responsibility to avoid Curran, but he did, and that...
Meanwhile, Jacob Dykstra is taking the lead. We've been watching this 4-car battle back there, but Dykstra has passed Eric Gledhill in the Junior Riverside Bait and Tackle 5D. Then it's Gledhill, Costa, Larry Gledhill, and then this fight with Cadman, Curran, Ladissour.
Yeah, Curran started at the tail trying to make his way forward. Ladissour, another good driver in that 51 car. Both of them mired outside of transfer spots right now, but they're trying to get up there and take it away.
Sheldon Bender, who raced in the top 10 last night of the feature, has lost the pack back here in the qualifying heat.
And same with Ashton Van Every now. He was in the thick of that transfer battle, but he's kind of dropped off. He was the hard charger last night. And Dale Curran's got to be all sorts of frustrated. It doesn't matter who's in front of him. It seems the lane keeps getting blocked.
Cadman's doing a good job in that 2 car. Just his second night on dirt. And now Curran, though, going to try to steal that spot away at the end. The win will go to Dykstra. Second, up for grabs. Costa's going to get that one over Gledhill. Then it'll be Curran taking the 4th spot, Cadman 5th.
Cadman qualifies. So Lee Ladissour, Larry Gledhill, Ashton Van Every, and Sheldon Bender are all headed to the B main.
So Jacob Dykstra with a statement win there in his qualifying heat. Some redemption after the issues last night with the, well, looks like he's lost some power up there. Oh, he's got a fire underneath the 5D. There's a fire underneath the 5D. He was swerving, trying to get it to... he's got something under the right rear there. It was glowing a bit. Now he'll climb out of the 5D. Boy, he had just made a mark there with a heat race win, and then all of a sudden I saw the car. He was swaying it back and forth, and something caught fire underneath. The Juniors Riverside Bait and Tackle Maverick Real Estate 5D. But he is okay and out of the car.
Well, and last night did not go particularly well for Jacob Dykstra in the 5D. He came in with a monstrous lead in the Action Sprint Tour points after scoring a top 5 finish last night.
Yeah, and honestly, that if he had finished top 5 last night, that would have all but guaranteed him the championship
for sure
this year. And instead, he's just 2 points ahead of second place now. It's quite the swing.
Absolutely. And I had paused to listen to Doug Leonard, who was giving instructions to Lucas Smith to come to a stop. And Lucas now has.
I got to say, what a drive by John Cadman in that heat race. Second night on dirt, racing a sprint car and qualifies into the A main. I mean, he just looked natural out there, not making wrong moves. He was doing a good job protecting his position from those behind, and excellent job by John Cadman, a true talent behind any wheel. Clinton Jeffries down there on the scene.
Yeah, we're down here with Jacob Dykstra. Jacob, you said you brew a brake line, so we're going to tow it off, but bit of flames out the underside. What's the story here on the 5D?
I see a little bit of methanol on the ground, but yeah, we went into one, and I pushed the brakes because we all kind of got a little close there, and yeah, it went right to the ground. So yeah, we ran the whole race without brakes, and yeah, coming off, I just kind of tried to slow the car down just enough where they can just tow me in a little easier, but yeah, then they told us we were on fire and my legs got a little warm, so I just got as fast as I could.
It looks all right, guys, and I'll look over here and show you this. We got a bit of puddle here, and this is where the brake is leaking out of the line here onto the track, so the left front brake is going awry here for the 5D, guys. That's the story from turn 1.
So some work to do there for the Dykstra team and getting ready for the A main here tonight, as the next qualifying heat getting pushed off.
The fortunate thing, Dykstra has qualified, so at least they don't have to worry about the B main. But like you said, there's not a big gap between right now and the A main. So let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll give you the starting lineup for Crete Sprint Heat number 4.
On the scene since 1949, Fast Eddie was born with a lead foot and a burning need for speed. His passion for speed and sport has been captured in this authentic collection of vintage-themed gear. Created for gearheads, riders, and racers, Fast Eddie truly encompasses the great Canadian racing culture we have from coast to coast. Drive hard, get dirty, and look good doing it. Fast Eddie Speedwear. Get geared up.
You're so tasty.
Man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
Back live on GeForce TV for the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Greg Kellman, Adam Ross, Tommy Googe, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside, and Adam's got the starting lineup for our next qualifying heat.
On the pole from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Alongside him from Ridgeway, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Starting third from Ohsweken, the MK8 is Matt Hill. Starting fourth from Freelton, the 12 Double D, Darren Dryden. Starting fifth from Six Nations, in the 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. Starting sixth from Brighton, the 39 is Jonah Mutton. Starting seventh from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Starting eighth from Brantford, the 49L is Lucas Smith. Rounding out the field from Brantford, the 69K is Ken Hamilton.
Here we go, ready to go. Green flag off of corner 4, and Lance Erskine send it down into corner 1 with Cam McKinnon giving chase. And that 12 DD so close to the big win last night. Caution flag comes out, no big surprise there. I think Lance may have jumped a little bit there.
You know, there's so much to pay attention to when it comes to original starts. I believe Lance Erskine being moved back a row as we have a look at the replay. And you have to know your audience as well. Young Lance Erskine is a great young racer with a huge upside, Greg. But knowing he was starting next to Cam McKinnon, who's still learning his craft, you want to start as evenly as possible, because the faster Cam is compared to you, it sort of puts a buffer between you and the field.
So he'll go back a row, and Matt Hill and Cam McKinnon will bring us to the green flag, and Darren Dryden threads the needle, follows Matt Hill into the second spot. Look at Lucas Smith on the outside. He'll go up to the third spot.
2022 track champion Lucas Smith making short work of that one. Sorry, Adam.
No, not at all.
Here he is on the outside off of 2 again, wheel to wheel with Darren Dryden. The 2 Top drivers in this division here at Ohsweken on a weekly basis, duking it out for the heat race win. Lucas at the line. Dryden will lead the lap.
Matt Hill with some handling issues on that 8K. He is real. His brakes, I don't know if they're locked up, but his brake rotor is glowing red in that 8 machine, and he's having all sorts of issues in the middle of the turn.
Two of the best in the crate sprint division going at it for the lead right now. Smith had a run to the outside a lap ago and now has fallen back a bit as Dryden continues to lead. Murdoch having another strong run in the 3rd spot.
Two very good drivers in this division, two of the absolute top, as he said, Tommy. But I would say two different driving styles. Darren Dryden is super fast, super smooth, but we don't see him make a lot of those big, exciting, challenging moves like we do with Lucas Smith. And either way, both driving styles get it done.
That's what's so fun about this class, about this racetrack right now. The talent is so varied. As Hamilton in the 69 has pulled the plug on this qualifying heat, pulled down to the inside of the racetrack with 2 laps to go.
Not an ideal spot for Hamilton to be, but we'll see if we keep green here. White flag out now for Dryden. And a big gap from the top 3 to the rest of the field.
3rd place right now, Steve Murdoch. He was on the podium last night, and another good solid night for him. Checkers out. Darren Dryden wins over Lucas Smith. Steve Murdoch, they're in 3rd. How about the Iceman? Johnny Miller will get the 4th position. And at the line, the final transfer spot to Jonah Mutton, another driver of the top 5 in the standings. Not a championship on the line right now for Jonah Mutton. He's kind of out of that picture, but another driver that's had a good solid year is Jonah Mutton in the 39. He'll transfer, so Cam McKinnon, Matt Hill, Lance Erskine, Ken Hamilton will go to the B main here tonight as Darren Dryden picks up the heat race win.
I noticed, guys, some different wing angles tonight. Some of the drivers, like Mutton, for example, got the wing slid way back. And if you're new to sprint cars, the drivers can adjust the wings while the car is moving. They can move it forward and back. When they move it backwards, that changes the angle, tips it up a little higher, gives them more downforce on the rear wheels. But the thing about that is when they're under green, they can't move the wing back forward again. So if you're going to move it back, you kind of have to leave it there until the end of the race or a caution flag.
And we talk about that, Tommy, a fair bit. More so in the 360s, but how different drivers prefer a different wing angle. Holly Porter will always have, it seems, the steepest pitch on the wing of that one machine. She also likes to run the bottom of the racetrack, so it makes a lot of sense. You'd want more downforce on those rear tires, but different drivers have those tendencies.
All right, qualifying for the 18th annual Canadian Sprint Car Nationals brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety, Aero Express, and the Burger Barn as we get ready to go with the first qualifying heat. And starting on the pole for this one, 2 big wins back in August. The driver to Cicero, New York, of the 10C, it's Paulie Colagiovanni. Rolling off second, he's the champion here at Ohsweken in 2022 from Tilsonburg, the number 13, Corey Turner. Starting in position number 3 at Prairie City, Iowa, the 0J, it's Linton Jeffrey. And starting in the 4th spot, the quickest in time trials here this afternoon from Cheektowaga, New York, the 94 is Todd Hoddick. Going off 5th at a Grimsby, car number 90, that'll be Travis Cunningham, and alongside him with a good solid run last night out of Picton, the 11J, Chris Jones. 7th starting spot is where we find the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car 0, and his outside going from 8th out of St. Pete, Quebec in the 3G, Dale Goslin. And going off or scheduled to go 9th was supposed to be Cole McDonald of Waterdown in the 0C, but I don't see him out on the racetrack. So 8 cars will take the green flag, 10 laps the distance.
I think we'll see this a lot out here tonight, Greg, but there is not a driver in this field who has not won multiple races. Maybe not this year, but every driver has seen success behind the wheel.
Here we go, green flag in the air for the first of 4 qualifying heats. Top 6 to transfer. Linton Jeffrey has a handful down in corner 1.
Corey Turner had to bite the brakes in turn number 2 with a big run. Then he pulls a slide job on Paulie Colagiovanni in 3 and 4. Paulie gets back on the inside, but Corey Turner staying hot on his heels.
Nationals heat races are always one of the highlights of the year for me, and you see why right now as Turner makes another run to the outside on Colagiovanni. Couldn't get it done that time, but we'll keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, looks like Clinton Jeffrey may be running them both down.
Yeah, 3-car breakaway at the front of the field right now. Bit of a gap back to 4th place, Travis Cunningham. And the guy that was quickest in time trials, Todd Hoddick, right behind him as we see Corey Turner there trying to gain ground on Paulie Colagiovanni. He closes the gap a little in 3.
Further back, Glenn Stiers driving under Chris Jones. Dale Goslin had to take evasive action. 3 cars in a hotly contested battle, but look at the action at the front.
Chris Jones with a problem on the 11J. We saw him have such a good run last night, and now the yellow's going to come out. It looked like maybe he caught the wall on the front stretch.
Guys, Chris Jones slow up on the outside of the Bourbon turn number 1. Car just kind of popped out of gear, slowed up. We'll find out what the situation is.
We're hearing there might have been contact with another car, but we'll wait and see.
And I'll tell you what, you want to talk about drivers who had good runs last night, and we've seen it before, but it's been a little while. Let's have a look at this replay from our speed shot.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! Significant contact with Glenn Stiers, and then significant contact with the outside front stretch wall.
Yeah, it looked to me like something broke on the right rear. You can see the right rear of the car dragging on the track now. So tough break for Jones, who we several times last night mentioned what a good run he was having.
Yeah, him and Ryan Coney. I was happy for both of them to see them really mixing it up well inside the top 10 and the top 5.
Yeah, Chris was right up there in the top 5 and faded back to 6th at the end, but a good night for him as we'll see the replay again, and bang, it's a hard shot.
That's one of those times where we're thankful to have the nice new wall on the front stretch. If it was the old block wall, you don't know what kind of outcome that would have been.
We have been very thankful for that here in 2022, especially back on September the 2nd, the final points night when Mac DeMann rode down the wall and Jacob Dykstra down there, both with bad crashes as Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene there.
Yeah, Greg, looks like a collapsed right rear in the suspension here for the Jones 11J. Going to need a hook on the back to help him get back to the pit area, and nothing really much to see here. It's right where they're towing it, but yeah, the right side dragging here on the frame rail, kind of what we saw with Nanacoke last night, guys.
So he'll take it to the pit area and get ready for the B main a little bit later on here tonight. Good news is there's 30 cars starting the A main, so just need to be in the top 6 in the B tonight.
Yep, with the lower numbers this year, and obviously the reason being people having challenges getting across the border. Glenn Stiers, the track owner, Clinton Jeffrey, the general manager of the racetrack, not a dollar was taken out of the prize money, out of the purses. Still paying $10,000 to win, $1,000 to start.
Yeah, and we should make mention, the American drivers that are here or the drivers that have come from across the border, they've had to make an extra effort. They always have to make an extra effort anyway. It's not easy to take a race car across the border either direction. And this year, even more of a challenge with the different rules that are in place. So we definitely want to thank the drivers who have made it here tonight, and hopefully we'll see a few more of them next year.
One thing we can say for certain, it used to be that we were so happy when one of our locals qualified for the Sprint Car Nationals because the visitors were just better, right? Going back over the years and going way back to when Mike Woodring or Aaron Crocker, people would show up and they were in a different league. But anymore, we have drivers that are every bit as capable to compete with the best of the best that are out there. Chuck Keebing came down a few weeks ago. He was a top 10 runner, but there were years that if you saw the 45 car roll into the pits, you were racing for second.
Yeah, Chuck is still a strong runner, but there's a lot of parity now in this division across the Northeast. Pretty much, I would say there's 15 to 20 cars on any given night that can win one of these, and maybe even more here tonight.
We're having some challenge here with the order, so the pole sitter can choose inside or outside. It looked they were coming to the green flag for a Delaware restart.
That's what I thought.
Paulie Colagiovanni right by himself out in front and then doubled up behind him. While we have a moment talking about Delaware restarts and late model racing, a shout out to the Buxton Turn 4 gang. We are sorry that you are homeless right now, but we are happy to house you here at Ohsweken Speedway. I know it's not the same, but thanks for coming out.
Here we go. Back to the green flag. Paulie Colagiovanni trying to pull away from Corey Turner in that Petro Plus Burger Bar number 13. And Linton Jeffrey right up the track, close to Corey Turner. Close call there.
Big slide job there by Jeffrey on the 13 of Turner. 5 laps on the board and 5 to go. 10-lap heat races tonight here at the Nationals. So Turner now has a couple more laps to try to fight back.
I was just going to say, welcome to Slide Job City, population Linton Jeffrey, because you know Corey Turner is sizing him up to do just that. What a battle among the top 3. Colagiovanni leading. Here goes Linton Jeffrey with a slide job for the lead.
Oh, close call at the line as Colagiovanni takes the top spot back. Here comes Corey Turner to the outside. He'll have to bite the brakes off of corner number 2.
Linton Jeffrey, originally from Australia, now makes his home in Iowa, a full-time racer and businessman, the driver in the 0J, and he's got the bit in his teeth tonight. But so does Corey Turner now, trying to make a run back to the outside.
Wow, that's twice now.
Corey Turner is going to be furious. He's a driver who he wears his emotion on his sleeve. He's had a couple of runs that he had to bite off. Let's see if he gets there this time. He wedges it up the outside of Linton Jeffrey. Holy moly, that was close.
Off the corner to the checkered flag. Colagiovanni gets the win, and it's Jeffrey second, then Turner third. Glenn Steyer's fourth, and Travis Cunningham will lock himself into the A main, as well as Todd Hoddick. So it'll be Dale Goslin and Chris Jones going to the B main. Paulie Colagiovanni picks up the win, but what a battle back and forth. Linton Jeffrey and Corey Turner. And if Corey didn't have to use the brakes so much off of corner number 2, he could have been challenging for the lead.
Let's have a look at this replay and focus on the black car at the top. The run he's got on the outside squeezes himself between the wall and Linton Jeffrey.
The 2 laps before that, he had to back out. I mean, he could have tried it, I guess, but he had to back out of it, thought better of it.
Tonight's Mighty Wipes moment of the night for our turn 2 camera operator.
I feel like I say this every Nationals weekend, but the knives are out after we watch that one.
Second qualifying heat onto the racetrack. Starting on the pole out of Burlington, the 46C, it's Ryan Coniam. Alongside him from Scotland, Ontario, the 87X, it's Sean Evans. Going off third, Tricky Nicky. Nick Sheridan out of Mount Bridges in the 45, and to his outside, the quickest Canadian here tonight from Brantford. Car number 10, Downtown, Mitch Brown. Starting in fifth out of Dorchester, car number 1 is Holly Porter, and to the outside from Fenwick in the 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. Starting in seventh out of Lewiston, New York, the 81, that'll be Derek Jonathan. And going from 8th, John Burbridge Jr. to St. Williams in the 21. And starting in 9th, I'm sure he's not going to be there very long, the driver to St. Mathieu de Belleville, Quebec, Jordan Poirier, the 2021 Knights of Thunder champion. And newly crowned, ESS champion last night.
Here we go, green flag on heat race number 2, and Coniam goes for a spin.
Good job by all the drivers there.
Keeps it on all fours, but...
You know what? I believe what just happened there. I believe Sean Evans pinched down Ryan Coniam, and I believe Ryan Coniam tried to keep it there to kind of say to Sean Evans, hey, you don't do that to me. And still Sean Evans came out on top and drove off at turn number 2. I'd love to have another look at it, and we're going to right now if you have a look at the screen.
Yeah, there was contact there, was there not?
Big time.
Yeah.
Evans pinched him off. Watch this. And you're going to see Conium think, straighten up, and then go in again, and there was still contact. He still almost saved it. Great job by Mitch Brown. Now, Sean Evans did not qualify last night for the feature event. Now getting the opportunity after a solid time trial run to start in the front row.
Yeah, that was a tough show last night for the 360 drivers. 33 cars signed in last night. We started 24 in the feature, and the track was fast, hard to pass on a little bit, lots of slide jobs, and that caught some of our drivers out, I think, who have been used to the slick track most of the year.
Yeah, pretty much every night it's been like that. Other than the September 2nd show, we had some tack in the track, and unfortunately we wrecked some cars that night. But otherwise, most of the year, that dry, slick surface.
You can see tonight a little bit the track has come back as the sun has gone down. The moisture is coming back up through the track a bit, so we'll keep an eye on that as the night goes on. We saw that last night, but the track is slicker tonight than it was last night.
So we'll try it again with Evans and Sheridan on the front row, and a little bumper tag going there. Rows 2 on back.
A lot of jostling for position as Derek Jonathan looked to have a good run through the middle of 1 and 2. Mitch Brown with a good drive off the corner. Here goes Nick Sheridan. Nope, not quite. Sean Evans going to lead the way.
So Evans still has the lead in the 87 car. Then it's Sheridan second. Derek Jonathan having a good run in that third spot. Here comes Conium back up through the field and into a transfer spot.
Jordan Poirier trying to work his way from the back of the pack. He gets by Jim Hoopinen, now trailing Conium and Porter. He'll work around the outside of the one machine and into a transfer spot. Now dives down low on Conium, working into 3.
I want to know how Conium got from the very back past about 4 cars on that first lap in the 46. I'm sure sheer determination, a little bit of frustration for that driver as he blows it off at turn number 2 and gives some of those spots back.
So up front, it's all Sean Evans right now with 4 laps in and 6 to go. Second is Sheridan. Third is Brown now as he's gotten around Jonathan, who's running 4th. 5th is Poirier, and then 6th in the final transfer right now, Holly Porter in the number 1 car. We'll keep an eye on Hoopinen right behind her, though.
I've still got an eye on Ryan Conium. He missed the entry a couple of times, but when he hits it, that car has got a lot of speed in it. He'll try to close in on Holly Porter and Hoopinen, get into that transfer spot, but out in front, it is all Sean Evans in the 87X.
Wow, close at the line in the transfer battle. Jim Hoopinen slides by Holly Porter. She'll try to regroup. Now they came close at the start-finish line last time by.
So Evans still up front with 2.5 laps left to go. Behind them, Jonathan and Poirier now fighting over that spot. And still, now actually Hoopinen has gotten around Porter for that 5th or 6th and final transfer position.
This time by, the white flag will come out for your leader. Sean Evans, the driver to Scotland, Ontario, in that Instapanel Skytree service machine. He has hooked up and gone since the drop of the green flag with Sheridan in tow.
He's going to cruise home to this victory. Sean Evans in the 87X takes the heat race win. Nick Sheridan going to come home second, third to Mitch Brown. Jordan Poirier fourth, Derek Jonathan, Jim Hoopinen, Holly Porter, Ryan Conium, and John Burbridge Jr. So Manny, he'll be happy to know that his favorite driver downtown, Mitch Brown, safely into tonight's A-Main. We got some happy birthday notifications that needed to be sent out. Jeff Durnan is turning 50 years old.
No.
Yeah.
What? He looks like he's like 32.
Exactly. How do you do it, Jeff?
He goes to the gym and doesn't stop at the ice cream truck or chase the ice cream.
And rides a bicycle all around the pits every day, too.
And we've got to give a special birthday shout out to Abby. even though her birthday is in November, she only wanted 2 things at the races today, a Holly Porter win and a birthday shout out. So happy birthday, Abby, in November.
I've got a happy birthday here. Happy 68th to Brent Hamilton. So happy birthday, Brent Hamilton, 68. And Brian Armstrong is years old. Happy birthday, Brian Armstrong. Belated. And John Miller sent me a message, said today is Chris and I's wedding anniversary. We celebrate here at the races. Where else would you celebrate? What else would you do?
Who gets married during racing season?
Well, that's the better question. But all right, so it's Bailey Hurd out of Niagara Falls on the pole. Liam Martin to the outside from Binbrook. Row 2, Ryan Turner from Dunnville in the 15. The Cobra, Chuck Hebing out of Ontario, New York in the 45H. Jake Brown out of Brantford in the Little Bend 110. Jamie Turner alongside him in 6th. Matt Farnham goes 7th from Tonawanda. Dave McKnight Jr. goes 8th. Kevin Paul starts 9th in this 3rd qualifying heat. Wheel to wheel, they go into corner number 3. Hurd on the bottom. Liam Martin, where he likes to get it done on that outside, leads the lap.
I mean, he's just the high side hustler, and we can't give him the nickname because it's taken, but that is his MO up there. Liam Martin, the driver, the number 9 out in front. Here goes Ryan Turner, but Bailey Hurd holds him off.
Bailey Hurd with a new engine in that car tonight, 762 horsepower on the dyno this week, so lots of power under the hood of that number 70 car, keeping him in the 2nd spot for now. But here comes Turner trying with another slider.
I think that's a new generation engine there that is under the hood for Bailey Hurd. As here comes Ryan Turner. And the Cobra, Chuck Hebing right in the tire tracks of the 70. Turner takes over 2nd. Here comes Bailey Hurd back to the bottom. Jamie Turner's right in the thick of this as well.
Jacob Brown in the 110 behind them, holding down the final transfer spot. And how about Matt Farnham in the 7NY? Always fast here at Ohsweken. He's outside of a transfer looking in.
Yeah, Farnham going to have to get on his horse here as the field has strung out quite a bit. Here comes Turner to the inside on Bailey Hurd, trying to take that spot away. Up front, it is all Liam Martin now with 4 laps to go.
So it's Martin out in front of her. Turner, Hebing, Jamie Turner, Bailey Hurd, and Jake Brown holding down that last spot. He's got a bit of a cushion over Matt Farnham right now, but we are still 3 laps from the end of this one.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it? 10-lap heats seem really long for a sprint car. Heck, it's half of what a feature used to be.
2 laps left to go for Liam Martin. And the Cobra now has caught Ryan Turner, Tommy.
Yeah, Chuck Hebing trying to take that spot away. Passing points up for grab in these heat races, so every spot is important. And Hebing now trying to get that move done. White flag in the air, 1 lap to get it done.
They'll go through 1 and 2. Ryan Turner sort of runs the slider line as a big mistake by Liam Martin. Closes in the top 3. Now Ryan Turner's looking for the lead. Off of turn number 4, Liam Martin going to hold on over Turner, Hebing, Jamie Turner, Bailey Hurd, Jacob Brown. They transfer straight to the A main. Matt Farnham going to the B, and so is Kevin Pauls and Dave McKnight Jr.
So the Nitro 54 variety teams pick up the 1 and 2 spots over the Cobra. Chuck Hebing, Jamie Turner, nice drive by him into 4th. Bailey Hurd and Jake Brown will transfer to tonight's A main event, have locked themselves into at least a $1,000 payday, but a shot at the $10,000 win here tonight as we take a look at the Slack Lumber drone cam. A look over the pit area right now. Everything's aglow and a buzz over there. Drivers getting ready as we see Heat Race 4 coming out onto the Speedway. Should make mention, half an hour left in 50-50 ticket sales. It's already at $5,000 here tonight. So last call here, 30 minutes left in ticket sales as we get ready. Qualifying heat number 4 on the pole out of Beachville. Car 5, DJ Christie to his outside. The winner last night with the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series from Harding, Pennsylvania. The 79 is Jordan Thomas. Starting in 3rd, it's Josh Hansen out of Beamsville in the 88H. And to his outside, he was super quick in time trials tonight from Hamilton, the 01K, Mikey Krutchka. Going off 5th out of Brewerton, New York, the 87, that is racing Jason Barney. And lining up 6th out of Grand Island, New York, the 21K, Kyle Phillips. Starting off in the 7th spot from Syracuse, New York, the 13K, Keith Granholm. And going off 8th out of Picton, the 84, Tyler Rand. And unfortunately, Scott Hall, with motor problems at the start of the night, he's out of Wilsonville in the 94X. He will not make the call.
Another driver of the fresh motor is that Tyler Rand car, guys. You remember he blew up last night. They worked hard overnight, and this morning he's put a new bullet in the rails of that car.
Makes for an expensive weekend, but it gives a little bit of insight into what race teams are prepared to do. You know, they've got a lot of spare chassis, spare engines. When something goes wrong, you don't tuck your tail between your legs and go home. You do what you can. You change parts out. You put a new bullet in, and let's quietly cheer for Tyler Rand to have a better night than he had last night, Greg.
Here we go. DJ Christie, Jordan Thomas. They'll get on the loud pedal and send it down into corner 1.
Down the back straightaway, Thomas on the outside of DJ Christie. They'll drag race. Now into turn 3, Thomas closes the door on that number 5, and what a move by Mikey Krutchka to the outside.
Well, and Christie and Hansen now very tight into corner 1. Hansen will take that spot. Here comes Thomas now to the inside, trying to take the lead away from Krutchka.
Tell you what, Mikey Krutchka came loaded for bear here tonight. He is on a mission. Back and forth, he'll dice with Jordan Thomas. He'll swing it out to the outside, lose a little ground on the 79, but gets a run down the hill, pulls away from Josh Hansen.
He ran out of banking there in 1 and 2 and had to gather that thing in. It allowed Josh Hansen to close in, but I doubt Mikey Krutchka is done. Let's keep our eyes on the 0-1 as he's got a head of steam off of turn number 2 down the backstretch.
Yeah, we talked about it a couple of times. Still 7 laps in, or 7 laps left to go, rather. 6 make it as they cross the line in these 10-lap heat races, so lots of time for Krutchka to gather it back in and go back after Jordan Thomas.
Snyder Industries number 21K's had a good run here. He started 6th. He's up to the 4th position for Kyle Phillips as we reach the halfway point. It's Thomas right now leading over Krutchka, Hansen, Phillips, DJ Christie, and Barney. Those are the transfer cars.
That run that Mikey Krutchka gets through 1 and 2 is almost unreal to watch. Watch how fast his car is from turn 1 to the exit of turn 2.
Jordan Thomas can't see that. No mirrors in these cars, so he doesn't know what Krutchka's doing down there. Thomas sticking to the bottom in 1 and 2 and the top in 3 and 4, and Krutchka has the opportunity to find different grooves around this track.
Here's Thomas into corner number 3. This time it'll be 2 laps left to go, and Krutchka has closed the gap just a little bit, running down to the inside now. 2 to go for Thomas over Krutchka. Now the battle for 3rd. Kyle Phillips has reeled in Josh Hansen. He'll slip down to the inside of the 88H and take over 3rd.
This racetrack lends itself to someone like Kyle Phillips, Mikey Krutchka. It's a little bit slicker. There's a bit more driver to it, a little less horsepower.
Here comes Krutchka. He's not done yet. Half a lap left to go. Krutchka is going to try one last move here in 3 and 4. Is he going to get it done? He will at the line. Krutchka picks up the win. 2nd is Thomas. 3rd will be Phillips in a close finish for 3rd. Then it's Hansen, Christie, and the final transfer goes to Jason Barney. How about that finish?
Spencer, cue up that finish from the entry of turn 3, even halfway down the backstretch. Watch what Krutchka does. He doesn't drive it deep into the corner on the 79 of Thomas. He backed up the turn, so he showed him he was there, but you see the hesitation, knowing if he just waits, gets on the throttle in the middle of the corner, he can get that better run. See, doesn't charge. Now he's on it, and he got down into the grip. When it counted, Thomas went into the corner hard, couldn't do anything with Krutchka because Mikey timed that beautifully and stole that win.
And how about the run by Kyle Phillips? Started in 6th, worked his way up to the 3rd spot. So the youngster to Grand Island, New York, with a good solid run there. Josh Hansen 4th, DJ Christie 5th, and Jason Barney will transfer into the A main. So Keith Granholm and Tyler Rand will go to the B main here tonight.
Folks, here is the lineup for the B main for the Strickland's Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprints. Only 4 cars will transfer because it's an action sprint to a race. 24 cars start the main event. We've already qualified 20. 4 of these 18 drivers will make it through to tonight's A main. On the pole from Rockwood, the 94 is Ryan Fraser. Starting second from Ohsweken, the 77T is Tyler Paulus. Starting third from Alexandria in the 51L, it's the General, Lee Ladisseur. Starting fourth from Ridgeway, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Starting fifth from Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley. Starting sixth after that spin earlier on down the front stretch from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Starting seventh from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Starting eighth from Ohsweken, the MK8 is Matt Hill. Starting ninth from Fonthill, the 08 is Stephen Beckett. Starting 10th out of Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. Starting 11th, it's the Beast. From Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. Starting 12th from Brantford, the 69K is Ken Hamilton. Starting 13th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. Starting 14th from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Starting 15th from Waterdown, the 5C is Connor Mahoney. And starting 16th out of Kitchener, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Starting 17th and 18th, it's a father and a son. Out of Ancaster on the inside in the 26X, it's Terry Baker. And to his outside from Ancaster, the 16X, his son, Keegan Baker.
4 spots on the line for 18 cars. As Jerry Reed once said, got a long ways to go and a short time to get there for some of these drivers. And we got one stop down in 4.
Coming to a stop right next to the official in turn number 4.
Doug does not realize that. Car on the inside of corner 4. There we go. I heard him calling the driver square and even. I thought, uh-oh.
Yep.
But they caught him there, so.
Well, sometimes we forget that Doug Leonard is human.
Oh, yeah.
Which we don't like to sometimes admit, but it's always good to have some extra sets of eyes down there. More birthday shout-outs. Emily Pachalski, happy birthday. And tomorrow, and I'm glad it wasn't last weekend, Trisha Panante.
Yeah. That would have not been a fun way to celebrate
No.
your birthday. What a wreck.
Greg's much better half with her birthday. And if you weren't here last weekend, Greg Panante in the Dirt Sportsman race, just a vicious crash in turn number 1. Got us all holding our breath for a moment or two.
Got home last Friday night, and my son McLean, who's shooting photos down the infield now, he opens up the camera bag, and he had a piece of the roof off of Greg Panante's car. Surprise. So 2 of the biggest crashes we've seen this year, we've got memorabilia at home. Mike Bowman's flip at Humberstone, and Greg Panante's here. Both happened in corner 1. We're starting to get quite the collection at home of. I'm not sure what Mom thinks about that, but we also, the end of the Pinty's race, we picked up Bergeron's corner of his nose, the big crash that happened in corner 4. The Ford, I drive a black Ford Fusion. He's got that black Ford Fusion, so we took the front corner off that, and we'll find somewhere to hang it in the house in the rec room. But it's starting to look like a bit of a dumpster at our house with all the scrap parts.
And you know what? I love racing as much as a person can love racing, Greg. I have since I was little. And I used to do all of those things. I had pieces of Dick Trickle's ASA car from Cayuga, all the autograph cards. You know what I have now?
Probably nothing.
Nothing. That's why when you watch Rivals Race Chat, like you come on and it's a beautiful room behind you, racing themed. I just don't. Not that I don't still love it. I just, the home doesn't reflect that.
When it's your full-time business, it's easier to persuade your family that it's okay to hang this stuff on the wall. To go with my Charlie Sandercock door panel, and AJ Flick nose wing. There's one. You must know AJ Flick, Tommy.
Just want to make a quick mention, guys. I ran into Blaine Barrow's dad here. He said, we're coming back, guys, in that 3B. He said Blaine was a firefighter this year. He's on probation, so if he got hurt in his sprint car, he'd lose his job he's trying to get as a full-time firefighter with Welland. So look for Blaine Barrow, and his dad said his new name's going to be Blazing Blaine Barrow coming back next year. And
perfect.
So good to see him out there. Good to see they're still interested. And we thought we lost Blaine. We said, nope, just getting mature, getting a full-time career, and I'll be back.
Clint, it's funny you bring that up because I was just talking to Tommy up here in the tower, reading an Ohsweken Speedway Eagle from 1990, and some of the fun things that they used to do to take you behind the scenes with drivers or crew members or prominent people around the racetrack, just give you a look inside their lives and see what they're about. And we were talking about ways that we could try to do that here at the racetrack, but that Blaine Barrow story is a perfect example, Clint.
I know some of our viewers want to watch at home on mute because they don't like our banter, but that's okay. We get great comments back.
Hey, I watch myself on mute too. I'm all for it. But some parts of the story don't jive because you can't mute us when you're here. So, and they say they can't hear over the sound of the cars when we do the lineup. So there's a little bit of BS to that story, but whatever.
Not all the dinosaurs get the modern stuff. It's okay.
All right, there's Travis Hofstetter back on track in the 2 machine. So we will stack things up, get ready to go back to the green flag.
It's funny Clint talks about that.
Get the green flag, sorry.
Yeah. Because I do know, Greg, we're not for everybody. Hell, you're not even for me, and I'm not for you. But we're here, and we got microphones, and doggone it, we're going to talk into them.
Don't make me sit between you.
No, did you notice I push you to my right side? It can get dangerous in the middle.
You sit a lot closer to him than you do me.
I like Tommy. Let's do a quick fire up the sights and sounds of the last chance qualifier for the Great Sprints. So 4 spots on the line. Fraser, Palace, Lattiser, and Neely right now, those top 4 drivers. As Ashton Van Every, last night's hard charger, just 1 spot out.
Did you see the first lap for Ashton Van Every? He gave himself a chance to qualify for this race by being aggressive, finding a hole. Now he's worked himself up to 5th spot. He needs 1 more if he wants to get there. But what a determined drive for one of the most pleasant young men you will ever meet.
Rob Neely is in the 4th and final transfer spot right now, and then Van Every behind them as the yellow comes out. A couple of cars slow on the track, Hill in the 8 and the 69 of Hamilton.
Matt Hill had a problem in his heat race. That car was just ugly handling for him. The brake rotor in the back was glowing red, and I don't know if the brake was hanging up, but I would be curious to know what put this event to an end for him. They're in turn number 3. Clinton Jeffrey is about to find out, though, as he leans right into the cockpit.
Another one of our stars on Friday Night Thunder. Clint?
Well, Matt Hill's just taking it back to the pits, guys. He said the carburetor is stumbling. It's not running good. He's going to be done for the night. He said, just take me back. Well, while we're down here, quick chance to look at the track, guys. It is very smooth, still some bite in sections. A couple of spots where it's buffed off, but for the most part, looking good. We're looking pretty good down here, guys.
I love the racetrack tonight. This is what we've seen a lot of this year. 1 and 2, a little bit slicker than 3 and 4, but we've watched the drivers can search around on the racetrack.
And I got to bring this up right now so we don't forget. But last night on one of the quick fired ups, Clinton had his mic open, and it was phenomenal, the sound here. For us to get to hear it,
Yeah.
I think we got to try and get that next time, if we can do that on our next Fire It Up. But
We can make that happen.
sitting here in the tower,
Yeah.
you don't realize how much you miss the real sounds. And being down there even before the races started and seeing some cars go by, it's like, wow, I missed that.
I didn't realize that's what had done it because I noticed the same thing. I thought, wow, this is cool.
4 on the board. 8 laps left to settle it. 4 spots on the line. Ashton Van Every, Cam McKinnon back there. Stephen Beckett all trying to get into the top 4.
Adrian Staley got off to maybe a bit too good of a start there, but that's Doug Leonard's job, not ours. Out in front, Ryan Fraser, Lee Ladouceur, but Tyler Powless, Rob Neely, and Ashton Van Every battle for those 3rd and 4th spots.
Van Every trying to take that final transfer spot away from Neely, but now Neely going to take 3rd away from Powless. So Powless now on the bubble. McKinnon, Beckett, Staley, some good cars behind them trying to make up some ground.
Lee Ladouceur trying to close the gap on Ryan Fraser. Rob Neely's in the best spot right now by himself in 3rd. And here comes Ashton Van Every. A pair of 77s going at it. He'll pass Tyler Powless as they come off of corner 4.
I almost wonder, Ashton Van Every, he's a big kid. Would that weight be helping him with this drive off the turns?
There's a slowing up pie. Sorry, Adam. I think it's Adrian Staley headed to the pit area.
Because what I'm watching, Van Every and Powless get into the corner very similarly. Oh!
Powless trying to keep it going, and now is going to stall it up to the outside of corner 2 and put us under the caution with 4 laps left to go.
And Tyler Ward almost cleaned him out up there. But did you notice the run, Van Every, the bite he's getting off the corner, Tommy?
Yeah, he's definitely got something figured out in that 77 car. And he was the hard charger last night, started 30th, finished 12th after the DQ ahead of him. So he knows how to pass some cars.
Watching that replay, Spencer, give that to us one more time. And Powless has got a great drive into the turn. Van Every was bringing his car down the racetrack. And look at Van Every's already pitched into the corner, and I just think Powless maybe didn't expect him to be that low, and contact was made. Around goes Powless. Did a full 360, almost looked like he was going to be able to keep it going, and then spun some more up to the outside of turn number 2.
Tyler Ward really uncharacteristically not having a good night here, as he's been quick here when he's been here this year, but not working out for him tonight at the back of the pack.
Well, one car we don't see out there either, Lance Erskine in the 88. When something goes wrong and you're trying to chase it and you think you fix things, the only way to know is to go out onto the racetrack. And there's such limited track time here that you can chase a problem for a couple of weeks. And you're right, Tyler Ward has had moments this year where he was as fast as anybody on the racetrack.
We did have our traditional practice night here on Thursday. A few drivers took advantage of that. That's a sort of rare occurrence. Other than the beginning of the year before the season starts, we don't usually have too many practice nights. So that was one opportunity, but limited practice time, as you say, Adam.
Green flag flies. Ashton Van Every continues to be on the hot seat. Now it's Stephen Beckett in that 5th spot in the 08. Top 2 pull away from Rob Neely, hanging on to 3rd.
Lee Ladouceur giving chase to the leader, Ryan Fraser, as they come across the line now. Just 3 laps left to go. Top 2, and then they've got Rob Neely gapped a little bit. He's still there in that pocket with Ashton Van Every now gapping those cars, chasing him down.
2 laps to go right now as Terry Baker works to the inside of Cam McKinnon. Out in front, the top 4 spaced out fairly evenly, although Lee Ladouceur closing in on Ryan Fraser. Ashton Van Every closing in on Rob Neely, but they've got a big gap back to Terry Baker.
Yeah, Baker made a move there to take over that spot, but he's still 1 spot out of a transfer. Baker got 1 lap left to do it. Up front, it's Fraser trying to hold off Ladouceur for the win.
Whoa, know Cam McKinnon gets squirrely along with Sheldon Bender there in turn 2, but Ryan Fraser going to get in. Lee Ladouceur, Rob Neely, and Ashton Van Every in the 77.
Terry Baker 1 spot short. What a drive by him. Started in 17th and got up to the 5th spot to Terry Baker, but it's 1 spot short. How frustrating is that to start in the back row and end up 1 spot short, but a good drive there by Terry Baker in the 26X. So he, along with Stephen Beckett, Cam McKinnon, Sheldon Bender, Larry Gledhill, Travis Hofstetter, Keegan Baker, Tyler Powlis, Tyler Ward, Adrian Staley, Ken Hamilton, Matthew Hill, and Lance Erskine done for the night.
Guys, if I can jump here, I have a birthday announcement. My good buddy Wayne Lowe messaged me. Haven't talked to Wayne in a while. Says he's got his stepdaughter Amanda will be at the races here with their 2 boys. I want to welcome them. Hunter and Jace and Justin, along with Amanda. Amanda, happy birthday from Wayne and all of us here at Ohsweken.
I've got one as well. Debbie Molinar sent me a message that her brother Bob Richer is 52 today and spends his birthday here every year. The only time he's missed is over the last couple of years, obviously, with the track being closed. But happy birthday, Bob, from Deb and Andy. As we get ready for the B main for the 360 sprint cars. And I do not have the right lineup. There we go. I had the pole dash in front of me. You're hogging my B main lineup.
I keep handing you all the 360 stuff.
All right, starting on the pole for this one out of St. Pete, Quebec in the 3G, Dale Goslin. To his outside from Syracuse, New York, the 13K is Keith Granholm. Starting in third out of Tonawanda, New York, the 7NY, that's Matt Farnham. And Kevin Pauls out of St. Catharines in the 46, he'll go from the 4th spot. Starting in 5th from Dorchester, car 1, Holly Porter. And going from 6th from Picton in car 84, it's Tyler Rand. Another driver to Picton starts in 7th. It's Chris Jones in the 11J. To his outside from St. Williams in the 21, John Burbridge Jr. Starting in 9th from Brampton, the 70 M&M, Dave McKnight Jr. And going from the 10th spot from Burlington, the 46C, Ryan Conium. And then scheduled to go 11th and 12th were Cole McDonald and Scott Hall, but unfortunately it looks like neither will make the call here tonight, so 3 of these cars will go home.
And how fortunes change. In a night where fast cars start to the front in the heats with a 4-car invert, Ryan Conium, who was on the pole in his qualifying heat, has to start dead last in this B main in that number 46. Top 6 cars qualify.
And Chris Jones not making the call. That's the other one after he had that damage to the right rear during his qualifying heat. So that's a heartbreaker because Chris had things figured out last night. Running in the top 5, ended up in 6th, and high hopes for the 11J team, but not out there for the B main. So top 6 transfer, 3 will go home. Dale Goslin, a couple of weeks ago, he was the winner of Brighton Speedway of the Knights of Thunder. Here he is in a B main trying to get his way into the big show.
Goslin leads the way down into turn number 1 with Granholm putting on the pressure. Matt Farnham right there in 3rd.
John Burbridge Jr. will pull off as Granholm goes around. And that will put us under the caution quickly.
Yellow, 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 as Doug Leonard would say. Now, when you introduce Dale Goslin, why do you say he is from St. Pete, Quebec, when clearly it says St. Pie?
I don't know.
And there should be a saint of pies. I think if I was a saint, it would probably be the saint of gravy. You'd be the saint of ice cream. Clint?
I was just going to say, did you see that drone shot? Abby was in the cockpit there with them. We get a replay out here to check it out.
One more wish. Hey, Rhonda Schaefer. I understand Rhonda Schaefer sits down in front of the tower here somewhere. There's Rhonda Schaefer. Rhonda's got a birthday coming up. She's not standing up. That's not a smile on her face either. Happy birthday, Rhonda. I'm not gonna put any numbers to this, but happy birthday. It's a big one. Enjoy your night. Thanks for spending it with us, and shame on you, whoever sent that message. How dare you?
Well, guys, an issue here. We had to go yellow. The 21 of John Burbridge Jr. sets atop the berm in turn number 3, and they'll need a push for him here to get rolling along. So push truck coming his way through the pits now. We'll work it up behind him here in about 4 seconds, and we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, Burbridge went to the pits just as that yellow came out, and fortunate timing for him. He's going to be able to bring it back here and give this another shot.
Well, when there's this few cars running in the B main, you've just got to be on the track whenever you can. Should something happen, say 2 cars spin and get taken out, all of a sudden you're darn near in the show. So it's $1,000 to take the green flag.
Just about to say that. That's a big payday if you can get inside that top 6 here in this B main.
And Burbridge has gotten into the first 2 editions of the Nationals this year and gotten his $1,000 to start. So going to try to get another one here. Burbridge, longtime racer here at Ohsweken, and his dad as well.
Dave McKnight in that 70 M&M off a top 5 finish in the International Classic down at Ohsweken Speedway a few weeks ago.
1 lap on the board, 11 to go. Make that 6 cars to transfer, and Dale Goslin gets on the pedal the quickest. Matt Farnham in tow into 1.
Ryan Conium in the midst of a battle with Kevin Pauls and Tyler Rand. That is 4th, 5th, and 6th as Conium drives under Pauls, slides up the racetrack. Pauls has to bite the brakes. They still have a bit of gap. Back to Granholm and Dave McKnight.
So it's Rand in the final transfer spot right now, that 84 car. We'll keep an eye on him as he tries to stay in that spot. Granholm and McKnight going at it for that 7th spot. They need to try to get themselves organized here and go after Rand.
It's all Dale Goslin right now for Matt Farnham. Not a big surprise here at the front of the field with Holly Porter also up there, and then Ryan Conium in 4th. But how about Kevin Pauls running a very solid 5th? Boy, he has come full circle here in 2022 and just looks so much more confident behind the wheel of the 46.
I don't believe Kevin Pauls qualified for either of the Sprint Car Nationals this year. So I don't believe he's ever qualified for a Sprint Car Nationals. What a great thing this would be for the driver of the 46.
He's got to stay up there for 6 more laps, 12 laps in this B main. And right now it's all Goslin at the front, Farnham in 2nd. These drivers will have a bit of an upper hand over some of the other ones as they have some track time more recently than some of the drivers in the heat races.
Goslin into corner number 3, and he is beginning to catch the back part of the field here as we are down to 4 laps left to go, but Keith Granholm is right in front of him as the laps wind down in the last chance qualifier for the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals.
Look how smooth his laps are. Dale Goslin running up high in 3 and 4. He'll come down to 1 and 2, run lower on the racetrack. So around the bottom of 1 and 2, a little bit higher in 3 and 4, but barely turning that steering wheel.
There's definitely still some cushion up there in 3 and 4, although a lot of the drivers are running about a lane to half a lane below that cushion. As Burbridge has gotten clear of McKnight and Granholm, still has 2 laps left to go. He is catching Rand, but he's still got a bit of a gap to try to catch him.
Here comes the leader to the white flag, Dale Goslin, with Matt Farnham in tow. And, you know, as a leader, you'd think, oh, why are you pressing on those slower cars? Well, he doesn't know where Matt Farnham is. He's got to go. He doesn't know where the rest of the field is. He just needs to floor it and head to the checkered flag, and that's what he's going to do. Dale Goslin will win. Matt Farnham will go with him to the A main along with Holly Porter, Ryan Conium. Great job. Kevin Pauls will drive his way in, and he is pumping the fist. Tyler Rand, the last car to transfer into the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. You'd think Kevin Pauls just won his first race, but he drove his way, and I mean impressively, into the A main.
He really did. I mean, this is not an easy racetrack to get around tonight. He stayed ahead of some good race cars, and he just pocketed $1,000. So hats off Kevin Pauls and that Jason Enterprises number 46. they say you're not supposed to have favorites, Greg, and I don't. Like, Kevin Pauls is not my favorite tonight, but I think we're allowed to be happy for someone when something good happens to them.
Absolutely, and that's one of those stories right there for Kevin Pauls. So John Burbridge Jr., Dave McKnight Jr., and Keith Granholm are done for the evening. So intermission is upon us. We'll take a quick commercial break here on G-Force TV. We'll be back here at Ohsweken Speedway.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy, crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rear-view mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway for the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you tonight by Nitro 54 Variety, Aero Express, and the Burger Barn. As earlier on tonight, our Adam Ross got a chance to catch up with Dave McKnight Jr., unfortunately not going to start in the A-Main tonight, but he had a successful run down at Ohsweken Speedway a couple of weeks ago.
One of the stories we like to talk about over the years is the diversity of the talent in both the Crate Sprint division and the Knights of Thunder. Dave McKnight Jr. came dirt racing and became a rookie. I don't want to talk about what your age was when you became a rookie on dirt, Dave, but he'd already run a lot of racing career before he stepped into dirt. Crate sprints were awkward for him, but put him in a 360 sprint and you could see he was comfortable. Why? Because Dave McKnight is used to running super modifieds, the beast of motorsports. In fact, just came off a top 5 finish in the Ohsweken Speedway Classic. That's what I want to talk about first, Dave. Congratulations. Talk about that run.
Thanks, Adam. That was a great day. We went to the track with a plan. We hadn't been to the Speedway in like 3 years almost with the pandemic. And, hey, it's one of those things when I slid back in that race car after being in the 360 dirt cars, I felt right at home. And, hey, it's like walking. You just don't lose it, right? So we stuck with the plan. We had a pretty crappy day during qualifying, and we kind of got it figured out. And then, it's a long race, 200 laps. You're a good hour or so in the race car. And we were slow and steady, and we got there at the end of the day. So it was a great run. I was happy for the team, happy for Lifto. It was just an absolutely wonderful day.
And now we forget about all of that because you don't have 200 laps here tonight. But how much more comfortable are you with the horsepower your 360 puts out compared to the crate sprints you were running? And what kind of a game plan do you approach tonight with?
Well, the crate cars are a great learning curve, and it gave me some seat time. But again, like you said earlier, just not comfortable because I didn't have the horsepower under me. Now I have the horsepower, but, I still have a lot to learn. These guys have been doing this a long time, and me in my 60s now, and just starting it is a challenge. And, tonight, our goal is just trying to get in the race. We didn't make the show last night. We actually had a flat tire, and that took us out. But, hey, we've ran some decent laps, but we just haven't got to where I feel as me in the car has won yet, but we're getting there. Plug away at it every day.
Folks, I'll tell you one thing. If you want to be entertained, have a look at the number 70 out there on the racetrack. Dave McKnight Jr., always a pleasure to watch.
So unfortunately, Dave not going to make the A-main tonight, but, man, he is an exciting driver to watch, and it was cool to watch him go from the crates to the 360. He just never looked comfortable in the crate sprint cars. And I mean, it seems weird to say that about Dave McKnight, but as soon as he got in the 360s, it's all about that horsepower. And unfortunately, not making it tonight, but a tough field to get into as well.
Driver with a lot of patience, Greg, because he waited a good 5 minutes for me to finally ask a question in that interview. One time, let me tell you, we're at Three Rivers. Andrew Ranger, who was the golden child in Quebec. And I was getting a little long-winded after he'd started on the pole. And when I do that is because I've lost my train of thought and I'm still talking. It takes a bit of time for me to get back onto the racetrack. Andrew Ranger actually said, sitting there in the press conference, "Were you going to ask me a question?" Thanks, Andrew.
He was just a wallflower.
Just a wallflower.
Oh, my.
The natural mistake. Some mistakes take longer than others to make.
So pole dash will come up right after. This is not the pole dash with the runners out there on the four-wheelers, but the pole dash is coming up in just a bit. 5 laps, 8 cars. And Mikey Krutchka starting on the pole. And Mikey Krutchka is one of those drivers that's always, like, right to the wall. He's on the edge every lap. But tonight it's like he's ratcheted up another level of intensity. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised one bit if Mikey Krutchka walks away with the 10 grand here tonight, the way he's so focused.
Mikey Krutchka did things this season that I wasn't crazy about. He loaded up the car because it wasn't running well instead of trying to race his way into the feature. He stayed home one night because it had rained that day, and he didn't want to come out and race on a heavy racetrack. When you get rain like that, it's often fairly ruddy, and he stayed home and he didn't come out. Nope, I'm not going to risk my stuff. I'm not going to come out when I'm at a clear disadvantage. And inside, I'm kind of thinking, well, that's no way to approach things. Mikey Krutchka is showing me what a fool I am, because this is exactly why he made those choices. Save the equipment for when you need it. Tonight is when he needs it. The money is on the line. If last night was the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, Mikey didn't stand a chance.
Yep.
It was too fast a racetrack, too heavy a racetrack. Big dollar horsepower was going to have the advantage. On this track, Mikey Krutchka and anybody else who doesn't have that huge dollar engine, it's going to come down more to driver, setup, and racecraft. And Mikey Krutchka, after all those decisions that I might not have loved this summer, Greg, that's why he is in the position to have a great run here tonight.
Yeah, well said. And those decisions are paying off, and he's flexing muscle here tonight. We'll start on the pole for the pole dash here in just a little bit as we see the 2-seat sprint car still out there.
He's getting after it. Who's driving that thing tonight?
I'm not sure.
I timed them at just about 17 seconds flat in their last session, so they're not much slower than the crate sprint cars. In fact, I think their lap times are pretty close. I As I said last night, I would not want to be in the back seat of that car right now.
Trying to tell who that is behind the wheel, but
whoever it is, they are not holding back.
No, they're certainly not.
We talk about the ride of a lifetime, and it definitely is. When I did it, the most uncomfortable feeling is you're holding a steering wheel back there so you have something to hold on to, but you're not in control of anything. And that lack of control over it just did not sit well with me. So I'll sit up here and watch other people do it.
That would be my challenge, Tommy, is having no control. Even though if I was the driver, I would be more out of control.
Guys, this is Jacob Dykstra taking his girlfriend for some scare laps. So
soon to be ex.
We'll see. One more lap to go. We'll get back to you shortly here with the Case IH track report. We're going to talk about this situation in turn number 4, guys.
Oh, he's listening to us. He ran the bottom in 1 and 2 that time.
They just either gelled even more as a couple, or they have just divided after that 5 laps. Jacob Dykstra and his girlfriend. Oh, thumbs up. You're okay, Jacob.
Once you've peed your pants with someone, Greg, you just become so much tighter. Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, guys. Getting ready to go. Hey, we're down here in our Fast Eddie gear. Make sure you check them out, fasteddyspeedway.com. Got us looking good. They can get all your crew gear going for you. But let's talk about the track, guys. This is your Case IH track report. Down here along the bottom, right here at the very inside, still lots of tack if you can get it down here. The groover, most of them are driving it, starting to wear out a bit, but this is where it's starting to get scary, guys. Starting to roll up here in turn 4 again. And when these cars hit it, they'll eventually lift up this and throw it right up out, and it'll continue to chunk out as the cars pound off here. So this is going to be a problem, guys. The ones who can navigate this line in turn 4 are going to be the ones that have a good shot at doing well here tonight.
Yeah, that turn 4 has been a treacherous one here these last couple of nights for whatever reason right in that spot. And during that track report, we saw a couple of track fixtures down there in corner 4 with Derek Smith and Peter Anderson, a couple of photographers that do a great job here in the province of Ontario. And see them down there on the wall having a chat. And, I mean, these are some of the legends in photography in Ontario motorsports. I mean, no matter where we go, I think we see Derek all the time. There's Peter sitting with him, and they do a great job.
Chatting with Derek before, down at the driver's meeting, he took some photographs. Dave Hunsinger and I just entering into a weight loss challenge, and Derek Smith took some photos. He's got a birthday coming up. How old do you think Derek Smith is about to turn, Greg?
I couldn't even guess.
70 years old.
No.
Right?
Wow.
And I mean, full disclosure, Derek Smith has always had a unique look. He's always looked like a lion, right, with that orange hair. Back in the day, he had what were those little cameras that you would have if you weren't a photographer, like back in the 80s?
Like a point and shoot, click.
Basically.
Yeah.
And the standing joke was always, there's no film in his camera. That's just crazy guy out at the race, because he just had a look. Derek is not totally sociable, and I think it's just his nature. He does his thing. He loves what he does. And, boy, he blew our minds one year at the Canadian Vintage Modified Banquet when he brought his photos out and just asked for a donation to a cancer foundation.
Yep.
And we could have whatever photos we wanted, and they were beautiful works of art, and I wish I still had some of them.
He takes some of the most unique photos in the industry and does a great job. So glad to see them here tonight, both Derek and Peter.
Part of his appeal was he always took natural light photos, so he didn't have a flash on his camera. So he's just a guy with that little camera and no flash, and the stuff was just beautiful, just amazing.
Well, I see some cars over on the warm-up track as we see the cabana over there off of corner number 2. A couple of floaties there at the pool. They're still doing they're putting in another pool. Is that what's going on there?
I don't know.
That's interesting.
No, it's new septic, guys. New septic.
Oh, well, the Adams pool.
Glenn's finally building the castle. Here comes the drawbridge next.
I'm just waiting for the roof to go over the warm-up track so we can work year-round. Greg, you and I.
Oh, please don't.
I can see you, boss.
We
getting a roof over the warm-up track or what? How about a thumbs up for that one? Thumbs down means we're all fired. We don't like that playing.
No kidding.
Thumbs down means I get the winner off from Adam. So thank you, Glenn.
You can have that.
While we have a minute, I would like to mention a couple of one sponsor in particular that jumped on board tonight. The Hoopinen brothers are putting up $400 for our hard luck winner. So we need to, the three of us need to make sure we keep an eye on that tonight because we've been charged with picking our hard luck winner. So Hoopinen brothers putting up $400 for the 360 drivers tonight for someone who has some bad luck in the feature. And we've got some other sponsors of awards. We mentioned some of them during our intros here tonight, but still have a couple more. The Larry Gartley Memorial Last Chance Hard Charger is going to be awarded. $200 for that one for the driver who gains the most positions from the B main and A main combined. And got $300 from Nitro 54 Variety for the Hard Charger Award in the feature as well. And the Rookie of the Nationals is back as well. $250 from Slack Lumber for the first-time Nationals driver who finishes the highest in the feature. So we'll keep an eye on all those here tonight. And thanks to all of our sponsors for the awards, extra awards that we put up here tonight on Nationals Weekend to make it extra special.
I don't know if you've been to the Karen Croft lately, but the Niagara Golf Lounge is something sweet. I was there with the family, so I didn't get a chance to use it, but they have really changed the Karen Croft and really upgraded things. Always a great stay in Niagara Falls, so check out the Karen Croft while you're there. Longtime supporters of Ohsweken Speedway. Also want to give a shout-out. Mike Hessian has been coming to Ohsweken for the last 20 years, and he brought some friends tonight. James Lumprojet and son Marius Lumprojet from, I can't read it, Copetown. Copetown, but not the Copetown we're used to, South Africa. So welcome, James and Marius. Hope you're having a great time here at the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Pole dash ready to go, starting on the pole in this one out of Hamilton. The 01K Mikey Krutchka lining up to his outside from Binbrook. In car number 9, it'll be the live wire, Liam Martin. Starting in third out of Scotland, Ontario, the 87X, Sean Evans into his outside from St. Mathieu de Belleville, Quebec. In the 28, it's Jordan Poirier. Going from fifth, Kyle Phillips out of Grand Island, New York in the 21K. And starting in the sixth spot from Cicero, New York, car number 10C, Paulie Colagiovanni. Starting in seventh from Prairie City, Iowa, the 0J, that's Linton Jeffrey. And going off in the eighth and final spot from Dunnville, car number 15, Ryan Turner. 8 cars, 5 laps here in the pole dash.
This will determine the starting order for tonight's Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. What a great thing that Dan Nanakoke and the Nitro 54 team did, a special Every Child Matters scheme on the wings of the 15 and the 9.
Yeah, nice job there and supporting that. Steve Lyons, Creative Edge, does all the lettering on those cars, and boy, he made that pop out and stand out. A good message there for the Nitro 54 team as we come to the pole dash. Green flag goes up in the air, and we are underway.
Krutchka leads the way down into 1 and 2. Let's not forget there's been a little bit of friction between Mikey Krutchka and Liam Martin in that number 9. Here goes Jordan Poirier to the inside.
The newly crowned ESS champion battling side by side with Liam Martin, Tommy.
Yeah, Poirier caught that rut down in turn 4 and almost got up into Krutchka. And now he gives up the second spot again to Martin. Now back to the inside. Poirier takes second back.
And it was almost like Mikey Krutchka dared him, said, go ahead. If you want to take this spot, if you want to slide me, I'm not lifting for you.
It's paying off in spades right now as he is pulling away. Cross flags make that 2 to go. Left for Mikey Krutchka over Poirier, Colagiovanni, and then the Nitro 54 cars side by side.
There is some learning going on out there in this one as lots of different lines and some evil-looking handling cars out there. Krutchka, though, on a rail out front in the number 01.
Oh, Linton Jeffrey and Sean Evans make contact in turn 4. The 0 and the 87 both carry on, but that was something. Checkered flag going to come out. It's Mikey Krutchka. He'll have the pole for the Sprint Car Nationals. Jordan Poirier, Colagiovanni, Ryan Turner, Liam Martin, Linton Jeffrey, Sean Evans, and Kyle Phillips.
That man right there is on a mission tonight. The driver of the Insta-Insulation Best Way Betting Cars 01K, Mikey Krutchka.
I just want to mention he's got a lot of family here tonight. Want to welcome Uncle Jim, Brenda, Billy, Jolena, Kyle, Mom. Everybody came out tonight. I think that's why Mikey's up on fire. But to take one from Tommy, he's checked all the boxes so far, right?
That's Rich Vex.
Well,
Rich
not really.
Flex
Didn't get the
line,
pole.
Yeah. We still borrow Rich Flex line, but Mikey definitely on a rail here tonight so far in that 01 car.
Great shots of things getting ready to heat up over in the pit area. All those teams working. We are set to go with 2 features left on the night.
Race fans, don't forget how we salute our drivers when it does come time for a 4-wide salute or a 5-wide salute. Make sure you've got your cell phones at the ready. You know how to get to the flashlight, because it sure does look cool, and it's going to look great tonight when we salute our race car drivers.
See John Brush down here on the front stretch having a conversation, and how instrumental has he been in sprint cars becoming the class here at Ohsweken Speedway.
And here in Ontario, such a huge supporter, and Clinton Jeffrey mentions this a fair bit. Corpac Merchandising does not need the help. They don't need to advertise. It's not something that helps their business. He does it because he loves it. He does it because he can. He's a huge, not only a huge fan, but a huge supporter, and a big reason sprint car racing was able to flourish over the last 2 years.
Well said. We're going to take a quick break here before we get into the A-Main for the Action Sprint Tour here on GeForce TV.
I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new. And so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it. And the only way that you really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Crazy, crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
I heard about a new product line at NTN called Kize. Can you tell me about it?
It's true, Kelly. Kize is NTN's new range of spherical roller bearings protected by steel shields fixed on the cage on both sides. It's an unprecedented solution, and it's exclusive to NTN.
Does NTN Kize outperform an open spherical roller bearing?
Absolutely. NTN's Kize's metal shields will keep out solid particles, dust, and other contaminants, while also keeping grease in. This results in a longer bearing life, reduced maintenance, and overall increased performance.
That's impressive. Will our users need to do anything different during the installation to accommodate the NTN Kize?
Not at all, Kelly. NTN's Kize spherical roller bearings are directly interchangeable with a standard open bearing. Same housing, same accessories, same installation procedure as they use now.
Wow, James. Look, a direct drop-in. What great news.
Yes, Kelly, it sure is. And with a minimum lifespan twice that of an open spherical roller bearing, NTN's Kize delivers the ultimate bearing experience.
Now let's get some of these out into the market, James.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway with our first A-Main of the night. It's for the Action Sprint Tour. And Adam Ross has a starting lineup.
On the pole out of Brantford, the 49L is Lucas Smith. Alongside him from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Starting third from St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman. Starting fourth from Waynfleet, the BS 39 is Brett Stratford. Starting fifth in the 4B from Port Perry, it's Darrell Peltier. 4-barrel Darrell behind the wheel of the number 4B. Alongside him, he had a fire at the end of his heat. From Port Colborne, the 5D is Jacob Dykstra. Starting seventh in the 12 Double D from Freelton, it's Darren Dryden, and to his outside from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. Starting ninth from Bowmanville, the 31 is Dale Curran, and rounding out the top 10 from Pierreville, Quebec, the 19 is Matthew Bardier. Starting 11th in the 52 from St. Thomas is Jesse Costa, and starting in 12th from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. Starting 13th from Waterloo, the 19D, it's the Professor, Alan Downey, and alongside him it's the Iceman from Six Nations. Number 20, it's Johnny Miller. Starting 15th from Thamesford, the 7 is Eric Gledhill. Starting 16th from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. 17th from Brighton, the 39 is Jonah Mutton. And 18th from Salmon Arm, British Columbia, the 26 is John Verney. Starting 19th from Smithville, the 2C is John Cadman. Starting 20th from Brockville, the 52B is Matt Billings. Now our drivers from the B main. Starting 21st from Rockwood, the 94 is Ryan Fraser. 22nd from Alexandria, the 51L is Lee Ladesseur. 23rd from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. And rounding out the field, starting 24th, it's the Beast. From Ohsweken, the 77E of Ashton, Van Every. For the second night in a row, Brian Nanakoke has come to a stop in that same spot down there in turn number 2, Greg. And again, we welcome honorary starter for tonight's race up in the flag stand, Elliott Smith. Going to wave the green flag for this one. I don't know if Clinton Jeffrey, do you know what was going on with Brian Nanakoke?
No, I do not. Let's see if we can find that. I'll get right back to you.
Yeah, same thing as last night. Stopped over there, corner 2. This time, quicker service takes place, and Crow will get into his spot.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get his starting spot.
Well, that'll tell us it was a safety issue that he's getting his spot back. So obviously it was a belt or steering wheel problem or something like that. Could have been a one-way radio. But when I asked what it was, they just came back safety issue. So we're not going to push too much further.
Nope. All right, race fans, get those cell phones ready. Mr. Greg Calvin, it's time for you to go to work.
Yeah, folks, get those cell phone lights ready. Folks on the front stretch, get up on your feet, get your hats, programs, a T-shirt, whatever you got to wave these drivers on, but also get those flashlight apps on. These drivers see it. They appreciate it. They're lined up behind the Strickland Pace truck. They are 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the Action Sprint Tour, presented by Pinty's. All right, backstretch, this is your turn. Look at them light it up back there. Send them off. 25 laps tonight. The points chase is as tight as it's been since week number 1. And that guy's starting up in, what is it, the 4th spot? I don't know if there's a hungrier driver than Brett Stratford coming into tonight.
I can promise you there is not. And how about a tip of the hat to John Cadman in that 2C? Yeah. He bought that car this week, folks. Had no expectations of qualifying this weekend. He's a super late model racer on pavement, and here he is making an Action Sprint Tour feature event, Clint.
Not this week. 3 o'clock yesterday, I bought that car. 3 o'clock yesterday, and here he is.
First green flag for an A-main tonight. Flags go up in the air from Elliott Smith, and we are underway.
Man, I thought one car missed turn 1, but it was Matthew Bardier up on the high side. What a run off of turn 2 for the 19, and he blows it off the banking in turn 3, but gathers it up quickly before losing too much ground.
Boy, Dale Curran had some trouble up there in corner 1 the first time as well. Slid way up the track and bottled up everybody behind him, but everybody kept going there, and we still remain under green close up front now. Rose has the lead, but Dykstra's right there in the 5D.
Austin Rose has had his challenges this season in the 3 machine. He looks great out there this evening in the 3S, holding off the always aggressive Jacob Dykstra in the 5D.
So Rose has the lead for now. Dykstra's fallen back about a car length, and Lucas Smith behind them in 3rd. Then it's side by side between Murdoch and Stratford for the 4th spot. And remember, $5,000 on the line for the winner tonight, more of a regular purse for the rest of the field. But Bowman picked up that crate engine last night, so $5 grand up for grabs for somebody here tonight.
The big payday, and Austin Rose is showing he wants to cash that in. He is about to encounter some lap traffic.
Eric Gledhill around. Sorry, guys.
Gledhill goes for a spin, and looks to me like the right rear is, no, maybe not. When I look at it on the screen, it looks fine. So Gledhill just goes for a bit of a slide there and brings out the yellow.
And we should mention the Gledhills and Oakwood Transport, huge sponsors here this weekend. They really stepped up to provide some incentive to these drivers and some extra cash to top up the purses in the both great sprint car races here this weekend.
Yeah, no issues down here in turn number 4 for Gledhill, other than the cars facing the wrong way. They'll get them turned around, fired off, and we'll be ready to go, guys.
Gledhill got a feature win here earlier this year, so he is a guy that can get it done. We'll watch what he can do from the back of the pack.
Let's have a look at this replay. He's right behind Matt Billings going down into 3 and 4 and just cooked it in a little bit too hard. John Cadman just about ate it.
Adam, today I was eavesdropping on Steve Lyons talking to John Cadman, too. Pavement Aces, talking about how they're figuring this one out. Steve says, you know, your brain just tells you to get on the brakes hard when you get to the turn. It just pushes you up the track. You have to retrain your brain to just stomp it and burp that throttle and get back into it. And he was giving tips to Cadman today, so we'll see how it works out.
No, and I had a chat with Cadman as well. Obviously, I'm not the advice giver that Steve Lyons is, just about the nature of pavement racers who come here to Ohsweken. Said, John, you're doing a great job. I said, it shows. And it did with Keith Dempster, with Steve Lyons, with everybody who comes from the pavement over to the dirt, the way they drive into the turn. I said, you're going to get it. Keep working your way higher and higher on the racetrack, and you're going to fall in love with it. But doing a great job here on his first weekend.
So 5 laps on the board, 20 to go in our Action Sprint Tour feature event. And Rose has a good restart. Dykstra, though, right there gets a good run out of corner 2.
Matthew Bardier up off the end of turns 1 and 2. He has problems as Jacob Dykstra puts a slide job on Austin Rose. He'll take over the lead.
So put Dykstra to the lead in the 5D. Second now is Rose, who goes for a slide up in corner 2. That allows Lucas Smith right in on his tail end. And Smith now going to try to replicate what Dykstra did last lap.
Lucas Smith has zero give. When he sees a hole open, he'll drive that 49L down into it. Nobody could use $5,000 more than the driver of that 49L, Lucas Smith.
Yeah, you can say that again. Lucas Smith has designs on moving to 360s next year and has been looking for ways to raise some money to do that, and definitely $5 grand would go a long way towards his program.
Oh!
Big wreck on the front stretch. Cadman.
John Cadman in that 2C goes for a tumble off of turn number 4. The red flag is displayed. And this came up in the drivers' meeting. They told the drivers, make sure when the red flag is displayed, you stop as quickly as you can, because if you're going, our safety crews cannot. Safety crews on the scene with John Cadman in that 2 machine. Clinton Jeffrey down there as well.
Yeah, his car is beat up at the front end, guys, as you can imagine. Tough break for John here as he just got into this mix. Both front shocks are destroyed, the nose wing and the front axle out of the car. Problems on the rear end as well, and it's not the welcome he wanted. As we talked about it, he was running very well in the early going here and learning his craft, but we'll see how this one pays out for Big John.
Let's have another look at that replay, Spencer, if you can, from the speed shot on the front straightaway. So it's not the greatest resolution, but it's given us some good looks the last 2 days of quite the action spot off of turn number 4. So we look here. Yeah, and it looks like he was just out of shape coming off the corner, kept his foot in the throttle, and got to the wall and went for a tumble. John Cadman in phenomenal physical shape, and he climbs out of that 2 machine. How about a round of applause, folks, for John Cadman, the driver of the 2.
Well, he got the flip out of the way early. Some new drivers to sprint cars take a while to get that done. So
I got him here, guys. Big John, not the way you want to make your start, but you've been racing a long time. You know it can just go this way some days.
Yeah, we were happy that we made the A main tonight, and second time ever on dirt. And the car was working good. I just got a little over, anxious there, and got a little excited because we were kind of going forward. And I thought I would have better bite coming off the corner, and it got in the fence. And yeah, the rest is history. So sucks. We destroyed a really good race car, and but we'll be back next year, and we're going to do some more of this stuff. We got to go to Sunset tomorrow and race the Outlaw Super Late model. So. What a night.
We appreciate you being here on the dirt with us, John.
Thank you.
Good luck next year. John Cadman, one of the newcomers here, going to try and get it done. And you see why I picked John to be my defense partner when we played hockey, right?
There's no doubt about it, Clint. And you know what? Someone will tell John when he gets back to the pits, hey, your car's probably not destroyed. A lot of the pieces on these dirt cars unbolt to bolt back on fresh. So I don't think he'll find that things are as bad as he thinks they are. But Clinton, if you've got something else to report, go on ahead.
2 shocks, a front axle, the rear axle tore out, both shocks in the back, the rear end is out of the car. The frame might be good.
Right.
Not much left of it, though. And these cars are basically, as you hear a David White from NASCAR world say, they're basically a shopping cart, the frame, right? Because you're buying all these bolt-on parts to bolt onto it. And, the frame can be replaced, but all these bolt-on parts, well, they're going to be a bit costly, but John will have the winter to get it back together.
We say it all the time. There's not a problem in motorsports that a big fat wallet can't fix.
How about Lee Winger? This was his car. He kept it and babied it, polished it all year, wouldn't let nobody even look at it, sold it to John, and he's probably a little sad to see it go away like that as well.
Nothing lasts forever. Let's take a quick break on G-Force TV, and when we come back, we'll be Action Sprint Tour Racing.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway. Cars getting pushed off for the Action Sprint Tour as the accident for John Cadman has been cleaned up on the front stretch. We'll get cars rolling and back underway here in this A main. 25 laps the distance tonight, so 17 still to go.
Jacob Dykstra, who had just taken the lead, comes into tonight with a 2-point advantage over that driver right there, Matthew Bardier, out of Pierreville, Quebec. Of course, last night, Jacob Dykstra finished in the top 5, went over the scales. And it was, I heard 2 different reports. It was either 7 pounds light or 9 pounds light. And what happens, folks, you roll onto the scales and it's either go or no go. You make weight or you don't. If you make weight, you keep going. If you don't make weight, they allow you to roll back off the scales. They'll check to make sure that the scale pads are free and clear of any nothing getting caught up on anything. He was given 3 chances to weigh the car. All 3 times he weighed in light. And then you lose all your points and money, Clinton.
I just want to talk about the situation there. So the Dykstra team, very precise, very on the edge of trying to get every advantage you can. Well, weight is a big advantage out there. And, you know, it's very easy. Like half a jerry can is easily 7 to 9 pounds, and that's where it was. Remember, last night we had 5 extra laps and a ton of cautions out there. And I think if it was a normal 25-lap race where we go green to checker, they would not have had that problem. But the extended yellows and trying to cut it close plus the 5 laps put a big hole for Dykstra to climb out of here tonight.
Well, the good thing for Dykstra is he had a big lead. He had 58 points over Bardia coming into last night. He lost 56 of that last night, but he still came out of it with the lead and 3 races to go in the season. So it could have been worse. It wasn't ideal for sure for the Dykstra crew, but he will be tough to beat tonight and for that weekend at Humberstone, September 30th and October 1st.
1 gallon of methanol weighs 6.6 pounds.
Wow.
So 1 gallon, that is not much, folks.
Maybe that's something Clinton could tell us. I think these tanks are 33 gallons, if I'm not mistaken. So it doesn't take much.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure on that.
Austin Rowe is right on the back end of Jacob Dykstra. Dykstra, there is no games being played here at all. He went to that slow pace off of turn number 2. He has maintained that slow pace all the way down the backstretch, waiting to get on the loud pedal, and he does, right in the middle of 3 and 4.
Off they go into corner number 1. Dykstra pulling out away from Austin Rose and Lucas Smith. Smith will slip to the inside of the 3S, and he'll take the 2nd spot away. And Steve Murdoch, he's been buzzing around the top 3 all weekend long. Oh, close call gets by Austin Rose.
Austin Rose has some sort of an issue there. That car did not refire well at all, and he's got his hands full with an ill-handling number 3 machine.
Brett Stratford on the move in the 39 car after his tough luck last night. He's up into the top 5 now, trying to get around the Rose 3S. Darren Dryden, Mike Bowman also on the move. Then behind them, Jesse Costa and Alan Downey. So the cream's starting to rise to the top here as we get further into this race.
All Jacob Dykstra out in front looking for that redemption that we've documented a number of times here tonight. And he's got Lucas Smith, a good 10 car lengths off the back of his fuel cell. And then Steve Murdoch right there looking for another 3rd place after being on the podium last night.
Austin Rose had all sorts of trouble in turn number 2, just about clobbered the wall. That car has gone completely away for the driver in the 3S.
Brett Stratford in the 39 car caught a bit of a rut down there in turn number 3 and 4 the last time. And now problems for Bardier in the 19. 2nd place driver in points.
All those points that he made up.
Well, he may have just played the smart game there.
Yep.
He slowed and then took off to the pit area, so maybe he felt a tire going down or something. The 19 heads to the pit area quickly. But yeah, it closed the gap on Dykstra after all that happened last night. Now Barjay, 2nd place in points, has to go to the pits.
And we cannot sleep on Darren Dryden. He's only 12 points out of the lead as well. So Dryden in the 12 double D trying to stay up as close as he can to Dykstra here and stay in that championship fight as well. It is a 3-car fight as Dryden kind of fell back there and has regained some position as we move further into the season.
Well, guys, something's up with the Barjay car because I don't know whether he doesn't know the rules properly or playing the game, but if he had a mechanical issue, he could have got 2 minutes had he stopped on the track. Well, by not stopping, now Doug's not waiting for him, and if they're ready to go, he could find himself out of this one sooner than later.
After last night's race, Bardier was looking for a fuel cell. So I don't know if he wound up buying a fuel cell or borrowing a fuel cell, but is it possible that he's still having some sort of an issue in the fuel system of that 19 machine?
Doug Leonard, race director, says he does get his 2 minutes. He's coming out now. So by slowing down, Doug says it's no different than whether we had to push him in. Yellow came out, he can have his 2 minutes. And here he comes.
And there will be some traffic back there. A lot of the 360 sprint cars are on the warm-up track ready to get pushed off for their big event. And Bardier comes out, the white flag being displayed, so he will have to wait for the field to go by, and he'll take up his position right behind Johnny Miller in the number 20 at the tail end of the field. Does Lucas Smith have anything up his sleeve for Jacob Dykstra?
Signs would point to possibly yes. Smith is a hard charger. Dykstra is too, though, so this is going to be an interesting restart.
I anticipate Lucas Smith getting between the inside wall and the 5D, no matter how low the 5D goes into turn 1.
Green flag goes back in the air. Single file past the restart cone, and then it's game on down into corner number 1. But Dykstra got such a good launch. Here comes Murdoch, and that caution really helped Mike Bowman the best. He cleared the traffic, got up into the 4th spot, and then had quite a gap to the top 3, but now he's right there with him.
Yeah, we're just at the halfway mark here. Just past the halfway mark, rather. 14 in, 11 to go, so lots of time left for these drivers to try to catch Dykstra.
Jacob Dykstra has the advantage of clean air, so running the same line, Lucas Smith doesn't have that fresh air on his top wing to make downforce. But how about Steve Murdoch in that number 2? Takes over the 2nd spot, and he'll set his sights on the 5D of Dykstra.
What a night he had last night. He was quick from the drop of the first green flag. And here he goes. He gets to the 2nd spot, now trying to close ground on the 5D of Jacob Dykstra. Traffic not too far in front of the leaders.
Dykstra can't see what Murdoch's doing back there. He's running a different line than the rest of the top 5, and it's working pretty well for him. We'll see what happens when they get the traffic. A lot of the traffic in front of Dykstra is running in his groove.
I was thinking the same thing, Tommy. If Dykstra gets to traffic, the traffic actually is running in that bottom part of the racetrack where Dykstra has been. Now that I say that, John Verney is up the track, but Steve Murdoch is within striking distance. So is Lucas Smith. So is Mike Bowman.
They got a bit of a gap back to the 5th spot where we see Brett Stratford and Darren Dryden going at it right now for 5th and 6th, but out in front, it's Dykstra who gets by the lap traffic a lot better. Murdoch slips up a little bit. Bowman got by Smith, and now here comes Bowman for the 2nd spot. Boy, he picked that perfectly.
Boy, Murdoch just slightly hesitated there, and that's all it took for Bowman to pounce on him, and now Bowman's going to try to chase down Jacob Dykstra as Dykstra is about to get into the teeth of this traffic now.
Laps are winding down. We're into the final 5 here at Ohsweken for the final great sprint race of the year. And look at this, Dykstra is behind a trio of cars. He's got to make a decision because Mike Bowman's coming in a hurry.
3 laps left to go, and the leader is boxed in as they go down into corner number 1. Can't get by. Bowman is right there, but they're 3 wide in front of the front 2. Bowman has nowhere to go either.
Wow, Brian Nanick drove it hard down into the turn. Sorry, Tommy.
Wow, and now Bowman sneaks around Dykstra. Bowman has the lead with 2 to go. And Dykstra now gets caught up behind Young, and now a big gap for Bowman over Dykstra.
What a nice job there by Mike Bowman. He threaded the needle and got by the lap traffic. Dykstra on his horse trying to catch the driver of the 71, but the white flag is out as Bowman gets ready for the double.
It's not over yet. Bowman needs to keep on applying the pressure. Jacob Dykstra just a couple of car lengths behind and a couple of lap cars behind, but Bowman doesn't know that. Bowman gonna clean sweep the win. Dykstra 2nd, Lucas Smith 3rd. Sorry, Steve Murdoch 3rd, Lucas Smith 4th, with Darren Dryden 5th. I'll tell you, the challenge here, the frustration here for Jacob Dykstra. Last night for the Canadian Crate Sprint Nationals, the payout was very heavy all through the field. Tonight, after the $5,000 to win, second place is basically, I believe, guys, a regular Friday night purse, is it not?
$900.
So from 5,000 to 9, which is still a decent payout for second spot, but it was a big drop off.
Dykstra's playing the long game a bit though, because $5,000 is going to come his way if he can lock down the Action Sprint Tour title. So second place, a good points night for Dykstra, even though he didn't get the $5,000 feature win.
We're going to draw the winning 50-50 number here in a minute. Guess how much it is? $8,287. That number about to be drawn down a Quick Victory Lane, where our Clinton Jeffrey is down there under the showering Lone Wolf fireworks lighting up the skies. Mike Bowman does the double.
And Steve Murdoch caught the wall just as the checkered flag was coming out. He hit the front stretch wall right under the flag stand, but held on for third. So we'll see what he has to say about that race. Another good run for him in the 2M.
Here he comes out of the 71 Seaway Fluid Power Dynablast. St. Amand Auto and Truck Repair, Ryko 71. Mike Bowman grabs another one and sweeps Nationals weekend. Well, Bowman, what a weekend, man. Are you wishing you came crate racing a few years ago?
Probably, yeah. I didn't think I had a very good car. I mean, I dropped like a rock in the first couple laps there. I think we were back to 7th, but just kept digging and tried to figure out what the car liked for wing, and finally found a little patch there in the middle. It seemed to work good, and man, I just drove my ass off for that.
Mike, let's talk about the future. We had a weekend to talk about a lot of stuff going on with you, but the plan isn't to stay here in crates. The plan is to get to 360s as quickly as you can and give these crate teams some relief, right?
Is that the plan, Clint?
That's what you told me it was, isn't it?
I don't know. Still unsure.
Well, you're winning all these races. Why would you give it up? But Sprint Car has been a good home for you, no doubt there.
Yeah, I mean, nice to have a learning curve again. I felt like we kind of plateaued in the modifieds. Not that I don't want to keep working on that and still continuing to get better, but we're having a great time doing this.
North of probably $15,000 in value this weekend, Mike. Congratulations.
It's big. Thank you, Ohsweken. Thanks, Dan Nanacook, Nitro 54, for putting up this extra cash. Epic for the fire suit last night. TKC Metal, Seaway Fluid Power, Dynablast, IRP Max, St. Amand Auto and Truck, Douglas Hydraulic Manufacturing, Ryko. It takes a lot to do what we do, and we got to thank everybody for doing it.
Congratulations, Mike Bowman grabs win. Let's get our 50-50 in here quickly. We have over $8,000 to give away, Mike. Bring that in here. Let's go. We're going to get a quick draw here, and then we will talk to second and third place. Mike, pull out a winner there. I think it's around $8,800-ish, something like that. North of $8,000, Mike picks right to the bottom. Read the number there, Mike.
105664.
105664. 105664. Thank you, Mike. Congrats. We'll get the photos underway. Let's talk to Jacob Dykstra. Jacob, you were fast all night. I think the lap traffic got you there. They were 3 wide on the back straightaway. Bowman scored it out on the top. You were trying to find the way through the middle and got pinned in.
Yeah, we had a good car. My guy set me up with an awesome car. We were really fast. Motor wasn't really running right all night and kept falling on his face going into the corner. So that's why we had to go to the bottom. Couldn't really run the top. We just had no drive off. And yeah, lap traffic, that's what won that. He got to the top before I did, and lap traffic's hard to get around when they just race you like they're racing for the lead. So it is what it is, and
Great points recovery though, Jacob. After missing weight last night, you come back. Matthew had a horrible night, so you're going to gap him a bit here again.
Yeah, that's the only thing. We were kind of looking at. We got a 2-point lead coming into today, and I seen we lapped them there, so it should help us out a little bit. I know Darren Dryan was 14 points behind us, and hopefully we got a little bit more on him.
You did. Congrats. Jacob Dykstra second. We'll get over here and talk to third place. For the second night in a row, Steve, you're looking really good. Getting a handle down here. Maybe going to put your name on the spot, but if you're going to slap your name on, you want it to be one to the left here. But what a drive tonight, Steve. A good weekend for you and your team.
Yeah, for sure. It was a good weekend. Obviously, we'd like to be a couple more positions up, but it's coming, I think, so it's all right.
Stick with it. Steve Murdoch is our third place finisher. Jacob Dykstra second, and Mike Bowman with a second win in 2 nights sweeps Nationals weekend here in the crates. And that'll be all for now. We'll be right back live on GeForce TV for the Nitro 54 Variety Canadian Sprint Car Nationals A-Main coming up.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com. I've always had the spirit that I wanted to invent something new, and so when we got into clothing, I got immersed into it, and the only way that you really understand how to build clothing is to become a pattern maker. That pattern maker concept started becoming very interesting to me because I went, I can make this better. Love it. Absolutely love designing. Doesn't matter whether it's a garment or an engine or a car, decals on our race cars. I love doing it. That's my forte.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway for the 18th annual running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety, Aero Express, Burger Barn. Cars getting lined up on the front stretch as we get ready to introduce tonight's 30 drivers racing for $10,000 to win. And I'll tell you what, I don't really have a clear-cut favor other than Mikey Krutchka has really looked like the guy to beat. He's got such a tenacity to him tonight.
I love it. I love it. It's Mikey Krutchka basically saying, if you're going to take it, you're going to have to earn it.
Yep.
Like, come get it. He's the man so far.
And that guy he'll be starting alongside on the front row just claimed the Empire Super Sprints Championship last night down at the Land of Legends, and 2021 Knights of Thunder champion here in this region. No slouch, Paulie Colagiovanni. You go back to him in the third spot. He won back on August 15th and 16th here at the Big O, taking home a lot of money there. He won the 17th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Oh, and by the way, the guy behind him won the 16th running of it back on July the 1st. Ryan Turner with a different team at that time, but he has definitely been just as strong in that 15 machine for Nitro 54. I'll tell you what, Ryan has really come on strong. Took a couple of weeks, and then he was literally off to the races and right back to where he was running before. So Ryan Turner, that top four, boy, oh boy.
Well, and you can go back as far as you want through that field of cars. I mean, everyone out here deserves to be here. Some great talent in the field and some real hard chargers from the back. I don't expect Matt Farnham to stay back there for very long.
No, there's a lot of cars, and this is a long race. Obviously, the longer distance tonight, it gives you more time to work your way through the field, and we've seen it done before. Brian Howland came from the B main to get it done, Tommy. This is a track that plays to that.
Yeah, boy, that was a memorable night, wasn't
Yeah.
it? 7 years ago. And Howland.
I don't think anything's going to top that one.
No, half the field didn't know Howland was on the lead lap even. And he snuck through there. That was a very memorable night for sure. So we know that they can get it done from the B main. And we frequently see at least one or two cars come from back outside the top 20 into the top 5, if not more. So looks like they're just getting the lineup adjusted here.
And that year when Brian Howland won, I believe, was Parker Price Miller in the middle of that one as well?
Parker
He was one of
Price
the
Miller
and Mark Smith.
And Mark Smith and Steve Poirier were
Right.
all in that one.
And what a year for Parker Price Miller. Just a rough go with the health, and then gets injured. And this happened to him here at the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals.
Wow.
Hot dogs.
He fights dirty.
Only 2?
Here, folks, have some hot. That's Dave Hunsinger, my
He brought 2 hot dogs.
counterpart in the weight loss challenge, bringing some hot dogs up. I want to talk about something that we mentioned earlier on, and it was a red flag. And in both drivers' meetings, they encourage the drivers, please stop as soon as you can. Get on the brakes. If you are going, our safety crew cannot move. And a lot of people saw a video that was sent around social media this week of a fire in California. A sprint car driver climbed out of his car, still on fire. So obviously fluid had got on the driver. It was still burning. It took safety crews 31 seconds to get to that driver. We've had situations here at Ohsweken Speedway where it was 10 seconds and our safety crew was already on the scene. And that's what they need to happen. They need for the drivers to slow down, come to a stop when the red flag is displayed, because we have the best safety crew in the business. And when they get on the scene faster, they can get to work faster and do that much more to make sure our drivers are as safe as they can possibly be.
Well, with that, Adam, we'll ask all drivers to the right front tire, all crew in behind the cars, please. All drivers to the right front, all crew behind the car. And Adam and Greg, it's time for the lineup.
All right, here we go. The 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Here's your starting lineup. Starting in the 30th position at Picton, Ontario, driving the Terry's Taxi Elbrook Excavating. Car number 84, Tyler Rand. Starting 29th out of St. Catharines, Ontario, in the Jason Enterprises Bodyline Auto Recyclers, car number 46, Kevin Pauls.
Starting 28th from Burlington, Ontario, the Bonnells Rod Shop, 4-6 group number 46C, Ryan Conium. Starting 27th from Dorchester, Ontario, the Malcolm's Mills Mill Riding, Ohsweken Speedway number 1, Holly Border.
Starting in 26th out of Tonawanda, New York, driver of the Brady Electric Composite Fireworks number 7 NY, Matt Farnham. Starting 25th from St. Pete, Quebec, in the GMB Hydraulics, car number 3G, Dale Goslin.
Starting 24th on the outside of row number 12, from Cheektowaga, New York, the Composite Fireworks number 94, Todd Hoddick. Starting 23rd from Brewerton, New York, the Pit Stop Convenience Stores, Patriot Tank Lines number 87, Jason Barney.
On the outside of row number 11, starting 22nd out of Brantford, Ontario, the Hills Tire and Gas, Strode's Barbecue, Little Ben 110, Jake Brown.
And starting 21st out of Fenwick, Ontario, in the Upper Canada Consultants, Dottie Creek Agri-Services, car number 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen.
Starting 20th from Beachville, Ontario, the Castrol Edge, quick fire starter number 5, DJ Christie. Starting 19th from Niagara Falls, Ontario, the Dottie Creek Agri-Services, New Generation Race Engines number 70, Bailey Hurd.
Starting in 18th position from Grimsby, Ontario, driving the Bowens Automotive, Tammy 10 Media, car number 90, Travis Cunningham. And rolling off 17th out of Beamsville, Ontario, in the J&E Recovery, Julie Swayze Remax, number 88H, Josh Hansen.
To the outside of row number 8, from Lewiston, New York, the G&J Contracting Iron Workers number 81, Derek Jonathan. Starting 15th, your 2022 Ohsweken Speedway Track Champion from Tillsonburg, Ontario, the Petro Plus Travel Stop Burger Bar number 13, Corey Turner.
Starting 14th out of Caister Center, in the Charlie B. Honey Mudcat Entertainment Center, car number 11, Jamie Turner. And rolling off to his inside in the 13th position out of Ontario, New York, in the Wilkins RV North Coast Performance, car number 48, the Cobra, Chuck Hebing.
Starting 12th from Brantford, Ontario, the CarQuest Strode's Barbecue number 10, Mitch Brown. Starting 11th from Harding, Pennsylvania, the Mechanical Service Company, Primula Industries number 79, Jordan Thomas.
And now, race fans, your top 10 starters. Going from 10th, out of right here on Ohsweken in the Glenn Stiers Racing Ohsweken Speedway, car number 0, the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers. Starting in 9th out of Mount Bridges, Ontario, in the Pride Seeds Vibrant Farms, car number 45, it's Tricky Nicky, Nick Sheridan.
Starting 8th from Grand Island, New York, the Snyder Industries, Frontac Racing Engines number 21K, Kyle Phillips. And to his inside from Scotland, Ontario, the Instapanel Styes Tree Service number 87X, Sean Evans.
Starting in 6th out of Prairie City, Iowa, driving the GSR Racing Ohsweken Speedway, car number 0J, Linton Jeffrey. And starting in 5th out of Binbrook, Ontario, in the Nitro 54 variety, Smoots Garage and Auto Sales, car number 9, the Live Wire, Liam Martin.
Starting 4th from Dunnville, Ontario, the Nitro 54 variety, Acklid Insurance number 15, Ryan Turner. And 3rd, from Cicero, New York, the Indy Kart Raceway PJC Spray Foam number 10C, Paulie Colagiovanni.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your front row for the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Starting in second, the 2022 Empire Super Sprints champion from St. Mathieu de Belleville, Quebec in the Industries FM, Regifab Steel's car number 28, Jordan Poirier. And on the pole, out of Hamilton, Ontario, driving the Insta Insulation Best Way Betting car number 01K, Mikey Krutchka.
Well, Mike, big race coming up here. You've won your heat, you won the pole dash, and what's the plan to go from the pole here tonight?
Just do what we always do, man. Just try and be smooth, and if they get away from me a bit there, just kind of be patient, and hopefully we'll be good at the end. And I just want to say thanks to everybody that helped me out, all my sponsors, you know. It's real special to be starting up here, and my team's pretty humble. We got a lot of top dollar teams behind me here, and I just run this team out of my house up Mohawk and Upper Gage in Hamilton, and let's get it! Come on, let's go!
There's Mikey. You can see the motions running high. Mikey, motion's starting to get pumped up down there, and he's ready to go, guys. How about it for your starting lineup, ladies and gentlemen? They came to go for 10 grand. Let them hear ya. Well, Greg and Adam, it's all yours. Let's get ready to party. We'll be ready to go in just a moment.
30 cars, 35 laps the distance, and Mikey said something right there. You know, if you drop back a little bit, be patient. 35 laps, this track will play to those drivers that pedal it the best. You can still come back from dropping back just a little bit.
What we just saw in that great race, Jacob Dijkstra drove a race where he deserved to get to victory lane. Lap traffic, he caught the lap traffic in a way that gave the advantage to Mike Bowman. Mike Bowman took that advantage, took the win. That was fewer cars in a shorter race. There are 30 cars on the racetrack for this one. 30 cars to take the green flag for 35 laps. A lot of situations are going to come about. You've got to be good in an open racetrack. You've got to be good in traffic, and you've got to pay attention. You've got to look ahead. You've got to anticipate what is going to happen out there on the racetrack.
Well, Tommy Googe, you are so instrumental in making the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals happen year after year. This is the moment we've all waited for. You've got to be excited. You put a lot of work into this to make it happen every season, and this is the moment we get all the butterflies.
Yeah, for sure. 3 years since we've been here on a September evening, and definitely special to see them lined up on the front stretch ready to go here. Got to say, there's a few other dark horses we haven't talked about yet, though. And one of those that I am keeping my eye on and have been all night is Linton Jeffrey in the 0J. He has been on the gas all night and starting up front there towards the front. And he's one to watch. Originally from Australia, now makes his home in Iowa. Weekly competitor down at the Knoxville Raceway, so he's one to watch. And Liam Martin, of course, we mentioned before. Also, the 45, Nick Sheridan, has been knocking on the door all year for a feature win, and he's another guy I'm going to keep my eye on tonight.
Yeah, there's so many good cars through this field. From front to back, that's going to be the thing. When the leaders hit the lap traffic, this isn't – I don't want to downplay a regular Friday night race or a regular tour race or whatever, but this is the cream of the crop right now, and 35 laps, just navigating the traffic at the back, you're competing against feature race winners, so it's not easy.
Two drivers I want to pay attention to, aside from the other 28 starting this race, because they've all got a story. But Kyle Phillips in that 21, not a regular here at Ohsweken, but I watched him win some races down at Brighton Speedway this year, and he just looked really calm, cool, and collected. And even in his heat, the line he was running, I think that kind of smooth is going to pay off on a track like this. But you want to talk about smooth drivers who are able to get it done. How about our Knights of Thunder points leader, Mitch Brown, the driver of that CarQuest number 10 out of Brantford? I don't think he didn't win a race here this year, did he?
Nope, he has one win, and it was at Humberstone Speedway earlier in the year. And I believe that was actually the season opener for the Knights of Thunder down at Port Colborne. But Mitch Brown, he's one of those drivers, and he can run anywhere on the track, obviously. We know that. But we call him Downtown Mitch Brown because he's so smooth and making it work on the bottom. This could be that track where maybe there's still a little bite down there, and he can make that work to his advantage.
You mentioned Kyle Phillips. He narrowly missed winning the SOS championship this year, the Southern Ontario Sprints title. That went to Corey Turner, but Phillips was leading by a couple of points heading into the final race of their season last week at Merrittville. Phillips only a couple of starts here at Ohsweken in the past, and he's really been quick right from the start here on this track, which is much different than all the other tracks in the province. And we mentioned the SOS, also the Patriot Sprint Tour, Empire Super Sprints, and Knights of Thunder, and the Ohsweken 360 Sprints, all involved in this co-sanctioned show here tonight. So we thank all of those for including them on their schedule.
And just so you don't think that we're talking endlessly and killing time, we've got to give the drivers their chance to get strapped in, get all their safety gear on. When we do these out-of-car introductions, there's a reason we only do this once a year. Well, last night and tonight is because it does take a little bit of time to get them strapped in and get everything prepared for them to be pushed off. So Clinton Jeffrey is walking down the front straightaway. I believe we are ready to get things underway. And folks, it's just about go time.
Well, Ohsweken fans, on behalf of all the staff, management, Steyer's family, we thank you so much for your support in 2022. It's our final feature event of the evening and our season. It's been a great year. We appreciate all you've done for us, and hopefully you enjoyed the races here tonight and all season long. Are you ready for the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals? We need a whole bunch of noise here to fire these cars up. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, bring on the push trucks. Let's go racing.
How come the push trucks line up the wrong way in turn 3?
How come you have to complain about everything?
I'm not complaining.
Here's why. They're going to cut across the infield right to
there
the
you go. Okay. There you go. I looked up, and they're all in formation. I think, man, that was really thought out. And I thought, where are they going? Ask a question, get the answer. Clinton Jeffrey, you'll know when I'm complaining.
And our push team, well-oiled, and we are so fortunate to have the micro sprint track as a push-off track, a warm-up track for our teams on a regular Friday night. They can come out at speed and be able to get going. And you go to a track where they don't have that set up because it's only a few nights a year, and understandably they're not going to. But when you watch the choreography with our push truck teams, second to none anywhere. They do a fantastic job. They're experts at what they do, and we couldn't do it without them. So a tip of the cap to our push truck team because they do a lot of hard work all season long and don't get a whole lot of credit for it.
Yeah, and they push off cars with, I think there's 7 of them here tonight. They push these cars off faster than some teams would with twice as many trucks. They just have a plan and they execute it and they get it done. And pushing sprint cars is one of those things that race fans of other disciplines may think, why do they not have starters? But with sprint car racing, the one thing that I have always loved about it is their simplicity. And adding starters, adding any other stuff on there just complicates it further. So it's one of those things, it's kind of a throwback to the past that I enjoy.
And the reason they don't have them, quite simply, is because of weight. You strip every ounce of weight you can out of a sprint car. That's why part of why they don't want a starter. Another part, the reason why they don't want a clutch, a transmission, that all takes away horsepower. They want to get as much of that horsepower to the rear tires as they can. So this basic in and out box for a transmission gets that power directly to where it's needed, right to that rear axle, with as little interference as possible.
2/3 of the field rolling. The back part now will get pushed off and ready to go. Hard to believe. Final night of 2022. And the weatherman played nice all year long. We missed the first 2 weeks, and honestly, our spring wasn't much of a spring anyway, so whether it rained those 2 nights or not, it didn't matter. But we've had excellent racing all season long. Haven't missed a Friday night. The Monday, Tuesday shows beautiful weather. Great weather this weekend. We couldn't ask for anything better for our 25th season.
Maybe the company up here. It's been a lot of fun. Every Friday night we get to come out and have a good time and poke fun at each other and enjoy the racing and celebrate these drivers. We're an acquired taste, Greg, and not everyone acquires it, but we're sure are happy with the people who do and who choose to spend their Friday nights with us, whether it's here in person or whether it's online from around the world on GeForce TV. It is our privilege and our pleasure to bring the shows to you each and every week.
Yeah, Ohsweken Speedway can say it has fans literally around the world tuning in, and we appreciate everyone that does that. Cars all pushed off as Tyler ran the last one down in corner number 4 to get the push here, and then the 30-car field will be rolling. We'll get them into formation. We'll do our salute to you, the fans, again. Get your devices ready. Open up that flashlight app once we get them in line. These drivers see it. They can see those flashlights, as mentioned before. Not as much when you're waving things, but when they see those lights moving around, they can see that, and they're here to put on a show for you. So show them you appreciate it.
Even one of the people on the stream commented on hair. I was saying earlier on, we should have a best hair competition at this track because we've got a lot of drivers who we could feature who rock a fabulous head of hair, Greg.
I think Fabio would be in that competition.
Fabio, our mini stock racer, would be in it. Connor Mahoney, Josh Hansen. For my money, Bailey Hurd.
Yeah.
The way he walks, the hair that he rocks walking through the pits. I don't know what Jake Brown's up to.
Yeah, kind of off the pace here, back in corner number 1, but under his own power.
He's pointing out debris on the track here, guys.
There you go.
And as is often the case on a dirt track, whatever debris is out there really gets dug into the racetrack, so it can take some time to pry that out.
Just take a quick moment, remind our viewers, we still have 2 more live weeks of action here on GeForce TV. We'll be live from Delaware Speedway next weekend, and then the Knights of Thunder KOT and Action Sprint Tour finale weekend, the Fall Classic at Humberstone. So we'll bring you live free coverage here on GeForce right through the start of October.
Get those cell phones ready, race fans.
Doug's given the call. Next time in corner 4, they'll start to make formation.
It's a sight you only see here at Ohsweken Speedway. Partly because we have enough cars to do it, and partly because we have enough racetrack to do it. There's not many racing surfaces as wide as the surface here at Ohsweken Speedway, Greg.
No, we can race our Thunder stocks and mini stocks 7 wide at times, and here we go. We're going to line them up this time around. So front stretch next time by, they'll be lined up and ready for you. Back stretch also. So they're just going to get the 4 rows up first. And next time by, contrary to our fireworks, will be the big show.
Those were some premature explosions, weren't they, Greg?
Yes, hopefully they save some for this time by. All right, folks, get on your feet here on the front stretch. Get ready on the back stretch next time around to send them off. Get those flashlights ready to go. As has been said every time here, the exchange rate in Canada is so bad, we've got to go 5 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you by
Nitro 54 variety, and Aero Express. All right, backstretch, this is your turn now. Get those lights out. They'll stay in formation for you. They can see you. Show them you appreciate what they're about to do. 30 cars, 35 laps, $10,000 to the winner. A beautiful sight. Now the cars will get back into their starting lineup. We'll get ready to go.
The one to go signal will be displayed at the start-finish line the next time out of turn number 4, Mikey Krutchka. He has raced here for a long, long time. He has run here in a Dirt Sportsman. He has run here in a Thunderstock. And he has run here in a 360 sprint car. He'll try to hold off the best of the best. One of those is directly beside him, the driver, the number 28, Jordan Poirier.
2x2, 15 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Mikey Krutchka, Jordan Poirier on the front row. The Strickland Pace truck pulls off on the backstretch. Dave Hunsinger's got the green flags in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation.
Good even start down the front straightaway. They're still side by side into turn number 3. Krutchka down low. Poirier up high as they race off at turn number 4. Poirier going to lead lap number 1.
Poirier uses that outside line to grab the lead away from Krutchka. Here comes Paulie Colagiovanni down to the inside of the 01K. He'll dodge into the second spot, take a charge at the lead.
Colagiovanni won this race back in August, and we'll see what he can do. Trying to run the bottom side right now. Looks like Poirier in the top, good in 3 and 4, not quite as good in 1 and 2, and that allows Colagiovanni to get a run in 3 and 4.
Kevin Paul's off the track early as it's Poirier, Colagiovanni, and Krutchka, the top 3.
Liam Martin with a big run off of turn number 4, looking to crack into the top 5 and make a move on Linton Jeffrey directly in front of him. Couple of drivers venturing up to the high side deep in the field, one of which DJ Christie just had to check up to avoid the turn 2 wall.
Leaders already can see the back of the field as they come off the corner and into the straightaway. So Jordan Poirier, Paulie Colagiovanni, and Mikey Krutchka about to hit some very, very thick traffic, Tommy.
So Krutchka posted or fallen back to third, but did not let the top 2 get away too far. And he's going to wait for this traffic to play to his advantage. They are fighting tooth and nail back there. Farnham, as we mentioned, started in the B main, and now the yellow out for Nick Sheridan in the 45 car. Comes to a stop up in corner 2.
Don't know if Nick Sheridan spun and came to a stop or if he just came up lane there in turn number 2. We can see the driver, and it looks like he is pulling off his safety gear. Whatever is going on, he must believe his night is done. Clinton Jeffrey will make his way up there, has to wait for the field to go by, and he will be on the scene for the young man from Mount Bridges, Ontario, and he needs a lift from the back end.
Well, it is the drive line has come out of the car, Adam. The drive shaft just got put in the safety vehicle, and a lot of oil out of the back here. Thankfully, he's up over the side of the berm, but they're going to tow it back.
An up and down season for Nick Sheridan, the 45, but what an upside this driver has, Greg and Tommy. So much talent, so much determination, and he is not afraid out there to mix it up with anybody.
Well, Nicky, you lost the drive shaft out there. Tough break to start the night.
That's a horrible break, Clint. I mean, I think we had a great car. I was just trying to buy my time, and I got a little loose in the backstretch. I hardly touched the wall. I didn't think I hit it that hard, but away the drive shaft goes. I guess this is how a Nationals goes this year. We'll be back next year.
You're a rookie. You got lots of years ahead of you, Nicky.
Thank you, Clint.
Nick Sheridan, one of the upcoming stars here, former crate champion, getting his feet wet here in the 360s, guys. And you heard him. He said, I touched the wall, but didn't think I did that much damage. But yeah, you did.
I was down to see Brett Stratford a couple of weeks ago and get some welding done. He actually said Nick Sheridan may go down and spend some time with him over the winter to help to learn the craft, to check out what it's like to do some fabrication with aluminum, because Brett Stratford is as good as they come. But how cool is it to see younger people, the networking possibilities here at Ohsweken Speedway, and people teaming up together to better themselves.
Yeah, you see that a lot here in racing, and man, oh man, we've got some good young kids. And I'm not just talking drivers, they're just good young people, you know, and that's getting harder and harder to find in society right now, and that's special.
It sure seems to be, and the racetrack is and always has been a great place to raise a family. So we have a look at this replay of a speed shot, and yeah, just a little kiss of the wall there. That was Sean Evans. But I mean, Connor, my son Connor, has been brought up around the races and just turned 18 years old. He made it to the track here tonight, banged up knee pretty badly, but he didn't want to miss out on this. So somewhere on the backstretch, not moving around very much.
But he's here, that's the main thing.
Double file restarts, kids.
Yeah, that's where it gets different and dicey, Tommy.
Yeah, for sure. This is not something they do on a regular Friday night as far as I know. So a little bit different at the Nationals.
Up until the last 5 laps.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's the last.
We expect double file restarts.
Should mention Jordan Poirier. Nationals fans over the years have gotten used to Steve Poirier in the 28 car. This is Jordan Poirier, Steve's nephew in that 28 car, if you're wondering the Poirier name in the 28.
And we're staying under yellow. There's a bit of an issue deeper in the field on who's supposed to be lined up where. Matt Farnham in the 7, Bailey Hurd in the 70, Holly Porter in the 1. And when you're a racer, everything matters, guys. You're not going to give up one spot. You say, what does it matter whether you start 23rd or 24th? Well, when you're in 23rd and they want you to start 24th, it matters to you.
5 laps on the board. Let's do a quick, fired up the sights and sounds of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals.
Trouble for Linton Jeffrey. He has knocked the front end out of that zero machine and come to rest at the entrance to turn number 1.
The wheel still spinning on the right front there, the 0J. That is bent way out of shape.
Well, Darren and I nodded in agreement when I mentioned Linton Jeffrey during our introductions, but it's all gone for naught now. We'll see if we have a replay on what happened there.
Here we go. Right. Oh. Is that Liam Martin?
Liam Martin, I believe, is the driver he came together with.
DJ Christie is stopped on the backstretch. You got problems on the right front or no? Oh, left front's hanging down, yeah.
Something happened to his car.
As over here for Linton Jeffrey, yes, the nose is all knocked out of this 0J here, so he will take a moment to get towed back and just gets back in the car, not the way he wanted his night to go. And we'll head over and see what's up with the DJ Christie number 5.
Hard to tell. Did the 0J come up into the 9 there?
Show us that again, Spencer. If you've got the telestrator, maybe circle what we're looking at.
We can see the front end on the DJ Christie car, and definitely radius rods have come off the left front on that one, so they'll get their 2 minutes in the work area anyway, but that doesn't look good. Looks like maybe some front wing damage too, so contact with somebody for the 5 of Christie.
And this is a Knights of Thunder points race.
Here we go. We're going to have another quick look here before we send it to Clint. Let's have a watch off of corner 4. Boy, that's hard to tell.
I think it was maybe Kyle Phillips.
Clinton?
Yeah, over here with the DJ Christie number 5, they have bent up the torsion arm and knocked the front end out of this thing. They're going to have to do a bunch of work here and put a new shock and a new front wing on it, guys. They got some big problems, and they've actually tore the shock tower off the front here, guys. And you can see the shock tower mount has been tore right out of the frame here on the DJ Christie car. So this metal piece here is supposed to be welded in there. It's tore right off. This is going to be done for Christie, guys.
Yeah, that's not a 2-minute work area thing.
No.
Some of the other stuff could be, but not that shock mount.
Where's Brett Stratford?
That's right.
On the scene.
You know, I don't know if this happens much at racetracks anymore, but you used to see somebody would advertise being a welder and they were always in the pits for situations like this. I don't know if that happens all that much anymore.
I don't see much of it. And I don't know if it's because the Knights move a little faster now than they used to. It's either Kyle Phillips or Chuck Hebing that got into it there with
I was trying to
Lincoln
watch
and Jeffrey.
Yeah, Kyle Phillips. I was trying to watch the end of that because I could see DJ Christie coming into the shot as well, but hard to tell what happened.
That was a precarious spot that Jeffrey ended up in right at the entrance to turn 1. We've seen some major wrecks in situations like that, so very good to see minimal damage on that one. Because nearly the whole field was still behind him. Linton Jeffrey was up towards the front before that yellow.
Just as he talked about in his pre-race interview, you try to not sweat it if you fall back. And Krutchka hasn't fallen back far, but he's back in 5th after starting 1st. So we'll see if he's able to stick to that game plan, Tommy, and just hang in there until it's time to mount a challenge.
Yeah, those 2 Nitro 54 cars running nose to tail, they're in the top 5. And they announced this week both those drivers are going to be back in those cars next year, so making plans already for 2023. And they're planning to head down to Florida to start their year.
They should take their PR writer with them.
Florida in February is not always as warm as advertised.
Yeah, well, it's better than here.
It's warmer than Southern Ontario.
I actually like some winter sports, so February is kind of my prime time to do stuff here, but it is tempting.
A cold night at Volusia Speedway or New Smyrna Speedway does feel colder than the coldest of blizzards up here, Greg. Like, it is bone-chilling cold.
Lots of sprint car racing and all kinds of other types of racing down in Florida in February, though. So, and lots of our teams have headed down there over the years. I'm sure a bunch of them will do that this year, just like the Nitro 54 team is planning to do. Glenn Steyer's, of course, a former winner of the Ronald Laney Memorial King of the 360s down at East Bay Raceway Park in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, he surprised a lot of people winning that race. And we should talk about Glenn Steyer's with how well he is running right now. Started in the top 10, running in the top 10, and this is not a Glenn Steyer's kind of racetrack.
All right, coming back to the green flag. Poirier and Colagiovanni on the front row. Here they come. About to fire it back up.
Into corner 1 they go again. A snarl of traffic back there behind the leaders. Looked like Martin almost made contact with Colagiovanni there.
He's
and now
done.
Martin's got smoke out of the back of the 9 and he's pulled up lane.
He drove that car between Colagiovanni and the backstretch wall, and the wall bit him.
Guys, I think it might be the motor. Started smoking bad going into 3 and rolled up to the top. We'll get up there and check it out.
I'd be shocked, Clinton. I'd be far more likely that he cut down a right rear, did some sort of damage that way, because he hit the wall pretty hard racing to the outside of Colagiovanni.
Wait and see if we have a look at that or not.
No, they've blown the rear end out of it, guys. A ton of fluid out the back. I know I saw the smoke, but we can see. Under here, Jax. Shine your light on under there. You can see the drive shaft has been pulled right out of the bottom of the car.
Yeah.
And the rear end is destroyed here in the 9. So that'll be all she wrote for Liam Martin tonight.
He hit the wall a ton. We got a great shot from Abby up there right over top of the action.
We'll get in here and talk to Liam if we can. Liam, you tore the rear end out of the car. Is that due to the contact with the wall?
Yeah, it is.
Man of quiet words. Yeah, it is. Didn't want to talk about it. But that'll be it for Liam Martin, guys.
You know, when it comes to sprint car racing, you've got to make those aggressive moves. And Colagiovanni, should he have seen him there, Greg? If you're Colagiovanni and you think you're running the outside, maybe you don't expect that lane's open. I don't think there was much intent there, but I'll bet you it doesn't matter right now to Liam Martin. He is no more or less out of the race.
Right before that yellow, Ryan Turner was making a run on Colagiovanni, so we'll see what the driver in the 15's got for the top two. Kyle Phillips having a very good run in that 21 car. We talked about him pre-race.
Let's watch this replay from corner 3.
You're going to have to show us that again, Spencer, if you don't mind.
It's hard to tell if he actually hit anything there. If it was, it was...
Oh, no, he hit the wall pretty solidly back there.
Yeah.
And it doesn't take a hard knock into the wall. I mean, everything in these cars are designed to be lightweight. Right there, just out of the camera view. Slaps it pretty good. And I'm glad he didn't go for a tumble down the backstretch, because when he bounced off of the wall, he bounces down towards Colagiovanni, and that's when ugly things can happen.
Yeah, Liam did a nice job to control that car down the backstretch, get up out of the way in 3, and get it stopped. And tough break for Liam Martin, and that's where he's gotten it done on many a nights here at Ohsweken Speedway, is literally up against that wall, but just a little too close to it this time. As the white flag comes out, we'll go back at it with Jordan Poirier and Paulie Colagiovanni on the front row, Ryan Turner. And how about Kyle Phillips up there in that 4th spot, Mikey Krutchka still up there in 5th, and Jordan Thomas working his way now into the 6th position. Started 11th.
There we go, back underway. Poirier gets a good restart there, but Colagiovanni goes to the top side and gets a good run out of corner 2.
Not a good restart for Mikey Krutchka. Lost a couple of spots there. Jason Barney, Chuck Heben get around that 0-1. Out in front, Poirier continues to lead. Colagiovanni heads upstairs in that number 10.
Down the back stretch they go. It's all Jordan Poirier. Colagiovanni has matched him step for step since the drop of the green flag. Phillips now, right out to the wall around Ryan Turner as they'll go wheel to wheel down to 1-2. Turner slides up in front of Phillips.
Jason Barney on the move in the 87 car. We've seen him come from the back of the pack before, and he's into the top 5 now. Todd Hoddick slides the 94 to a stop up in corner 4. We go yellow again, or corner 2 rather. Looked like he thought about going to the pits and changed his mind.
Exactly, Tommy. It looked like he had almost guided that car up there and then had second thoughts. Brings out a yellow by coming to a stop. And while we have a moment, I think we do need to welcome the O'Chair family, Greg. Brent came to work for us under the guidance of Tommy Googe, writing press releases. He's done a great job all season long, and he brought the whole family out tonight. So welcome to the O'Chair family to Ohsweken Speedway. Hope you have a fantastic night.
You know who else is having a very quiet, fantastic night? Travis Cunningham up to the 10th spot. He started back in 18th. And you want to talk about a guy getting the most out of his equipment, that's Travis Cunningham, and good to see him there and that top 10 run.
If you're in the top 4 and you see Jason Barney's number up there,
yeah,
you got to wonder where he came from, because
Yeah.
he started 23rd up into the top 5 now as the driver of the 87 car.
Wow. And there's still a full feature race left to go. 24 laps remaining in this one.
Jordan Thomas, last night's winner, up in the top 6 as well. So lots of heavy hitters making their way towards the front right now.
Got to think Glenn's feeling pretty good with his night so far. Started in the top 10. He's hanging there in the 11th spot. Looking good in the Zero machine.
A lot of drivers building themselves a good race. How about track champion Corey Turner? Last night did not go his way. He's looking for more. We're about to go back to green. Jordan Poirier going to set the pace from the inside of row 1.
Poirier down to the inside in corner 1. Here comes Colagiovanni with a run on the high side. He'll draw alongside the 28 machine. Edges ahead going into corner 3. But here's Poirier back on the bottom. He'll slide up in front of the 10C. Colagiovanni crosses back down and takes it at the line.
12 laps in, still lots of time left in this one, but Colagiovanni wants to try to take off from the pack. He gets around Poirier again, but Poirier again to the bottom in 3 and 4.
Whoa, Poirier loses the front end, slides up the racetrack. He'll lose some ground as Ryan Turner closes in. Jason Barney battling side by side with the 21 of Kyle Phillips for the 4th spot.
Poirier will go back upstairs, and now Colagiovanni cuts down the hill and across the start-finish line. He'll lead the lap again over Poirier. Turner, and a good battle going on. Barney to the inside of Phillips, looking for the 4th spot.
This track surface is changing drastically as we get towards the second half of this race, and it's not turning in Jordan Poirier's favor. He's having trouble getting through corner 2 especially. Look at Turner again with a run, has to back out of it though, and that leaves Poirier in the 2nd spot for now.
A lot of time still to go, and I can almost guarantee Ryan Turner is hoping for some lap traffic. TJ Christie made repairs as Hoddick crosses the track to the pits. Christie made repairs back onto the racetrack, but his night is done. He pulls to the infield.
Top 3 breakaway right now. Colagiovanni, and then it's Turner and Poirier duking it out back there for the 2nd spot. Lap traffic right there in front of the leaders. Colagiovanni high. Turner sweeps up in front of Poirier. That'll put him back to 3rd. Here they go into the traffic, Adam.
Ryan Turner to the inside. He might not even need the lap traffic to take the lead. Tries to get a run on Colagiovanni. Jordan Poirier going to come back on the 15. Whoa, red flag is out. Bad wreck on the front straightaway.
Jason Barney running up in the top 5 on that last restart. We can see him moving around in the cockpit a little bit. Safety crew there.
Safety gear coming off for Jason Barney as he is looking around inside the car. Our safety team, as we said, the best in the business, is on the scene. We appreciate you fans staying away from the fence down there on the front straightaway. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene as we give Jason Barney a couple of moments to...
Yeah, they've shortened up this car by 2 feet, Adam, on the nose. Hit this wall a ton here as you've seen him barrel roll down the straightaway, debris all over the place. But he's out of the car, ladies and gentlemen. That's the main thing.
And, I mean, he was moving forward as we look at the replay. And it looked just like John Cadman's, only the front end whipped. He was headed towards the outside wall the way a sprint car would drift off the corner. Then all of a sudden, it hooked to the right, guys. Have you ever seen that?
Well, look at this, guys. These bars right here should be straight and out about here. They pushed this car right back, wrapped everything around itself, and really you can see the bend right here. It kinked this one up and pushed it right back in, and this car will not race another day. But how about one final hand for Jason Barney, ladies and gentlemen? Know you appreciate he's all right as he's going to take a walk back there. And we'll have to saw off the top wing here to get it towable.
Let's watch this again, and I think the rear end comes out, does it not? And just slings out, hits the bales, and then turns into the wall and then starts the end over end.
And it was a one-car accident from what we can see.
Yeah. Just that right rear went a little too far, close into those bales off of 4, and that, as soon as it hit that, it shot the right front end of the wall. That was a violent flip, one of the more violent ones we've seen this year. We haven't had many. That's right up there with it.
Yeah, tough break for Barney. We mentioned before he started 23rd, was running in 5th at the time, was in line to get the Hard Charger award, if not more.
Guys, drama over the radio now. Our leader, Paulie Colagiovanni, in turn 4, telling officials he may be leaking fuel in turn 4. They've told him, we are not pulling the leader out of this race. It will be his decision. Paulie is thinking about what he's going to do now in turn 4, guys.
Oh, did Paulie tell the official, or did the official tell Paulie that he was leaking fuel?
I think they noticed it. Obviously, he wouldn't
Because
know.
you won't smell methanol. Like, it's not like gasoline where you'll smell it. Oh, I smell gas. There's gas coming out of my car. Methanol really doesn't have a smell to it until it's burnt through an engine. Obviously, it produces a smell there. But I don't see much of a trail.
Yeah, what a conundrum.
The leader is going to the pits, guys.
Yeah, we just saw him kind of shake his fist there in anger, so that's obviously he's made that decision.
Let's see what's left after they push that 10 machine away from that spot, and Clinton Jeffrey rolls in.
Definitely just a little bit.
Well, it's a little more than a little bit, guys, as you can see. A bit of moisture here on the speedway surface itself, and that's enough. If when he was sitting here for about a minute for it to leak that much, that's a problem for the 10C. He will get 2 minutes in the work area, but he will have to go all the way to the back.
Wow. So Paulie Colagiovanni, winner back in August on the Monday, Tuesday night show, doubled up there, and now while leading to the pit area with this fuel leak.
That was a bad lap for drivers from Central New York.
That's such a weird thing to happen too. You don't see fuel leaks on these cars unless they make contact with something, and I didn't see Colagiovanni. Well, unless it was that incident earlier from when he and Liam Martin got together.
So we'll take a quick break as they'll get the cars pushed back off. We'll be right back here live on G-Force TV.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
So who exactly is Fast Eddie? More than just a man, it's the mindset that runs through our blood like oil through an engine. Whether on the track or on the street, Fast Eddie is the spirit that drives us to go fast and keep going. Born in 1949 with no time to look in the rearview mirror. Every story is worth telling, and every piece of Fast Eddie apparel has its own. Celebrate our mindset. This is Fast Eddie. This is combustion culture. FastEddieSpeedwear.com.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway, and just heard over the radio, Paulie Colagiovanni is done for the night with that fuel leak. The leader with 18 laps left to go, one shy of the halfway mark, and he is done for the night. Jason Barney was charging towards the front. Tommy. He scored his 4th last time by before the flip. This has jumbled everything up now.
Yeah, we're just past the halfway mark now, so we're actually not quite at the halfway mark yet.
Is it fair to say the driver on the move had been Ryan Turner?
He was definitely one of them. Barney had kind of leveled off at 4th and 5th after traveling way up through the field, but definitely Turner was the sort of the quickest of the top 3 right there.
So, fellas, we're going to have to vote at some point on a hard luck award recipient.
Well,
I think we may have just seen it.
Yeah, hard to beat that, I think, unless something happens with one of our leaders now.
But both are tough, the 10C or the 87.
Right.
Both,
Yeah, that's true,
tough
too.
call, same caution.
Still, though, one was leading, the other one was running in 4th. They're both hard luck, but boy, oh boy. Something as odd as a fuel leak.
The tough part about a hard luck award is once you've given that award out to the 10C.
That was a, never mind. You can replay that later.
Well, you are such a child.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Is once you give that award to Paulie Colagiovanni, now the clear winner of the hard luck award has to be Jason Barney because he had worse luck. But if you give it to Jason Barney, now Paulie Colagiovanni has worse luck. You see what I'm getting at there?
Good, that's true.
I
So
don't
you're
get
saying
it.
we need more hard luck awards?
We must.
Well, the Hoopinens messaged mid-afternoon about this award, saying they wanted to do it. So it is the George Hoopinen Memorial Hard Luck Award too. They wanted to make that clear because George was so good about helping everybody who had bad luck over the years and getting their cars fixed up.
Well, George was one of the first ones who took Tommy sprint car racing from this area way back in the day.
Here we go. We'll come back to the green flag with 18 laps left to go. Poirier and Turner now will set the pace. Oh boy, things are tight mid-pack right now.
That's exactly what I was watching on that restart. My goodness. Things got skinny out there as we're halfway through this one.
Look who's back on the move again. Krutschka back into the top 4, right on the tail tank of Turner that last time down the front stretch. Now he levels out in 4th, but Krutschka back on the move in the second half of this race.
Wow, bold move to the outside of Kyle Phillips as Travis Cunningham slows on the backstretch and pulls into the infield, but Mikey Krutschka back into the top 3.
Another driver on the move, Matt Farnham, trying to work his way towards the top 10, and he's eligible right now, if I'm correct, for the Larry Gartley Hard Charger Award. Came out of the B main and is working his way through the field.
Ryan Turner closing the gap on the race leader, Tommy. He's inching his way closer to Poirier.
They both caught a bit of a rut down there in corner 3 the last time, and Turner's definitely catching the 28 of Poirier now. He can see him as the traffic starts to loom once again for both of them.
This time by will be down to
13 laps.
13 laps. Sorry, I was looking at live scoring, though. It's frozen on my screen here, and it was saying 18. But, yeah, we're down to the final 13 laps in this one. Jordan Poirier now beginning to lengthen his lead on Ryan Turner.
Off of turn number 2, Poirier by about 10 car lengths gets up close to the wall on the backstretch. Had to roll out just a little bit. That allows Ryan Turner to close the gap. Turner looking to the inside, but he's still not quite close enough.
Traffic running side by side in front of the leaders. Gosselin just went for a slide there, and now Turner takes advantage of that and takes the lead down the backstretch.
Wow. Opportune moment there for Ryan Turner. He'll come off a 4, but Poirier's got it wound up. Has the door shut at the line. It's Turner right now on lap 25, your leader, and trying to put distance on Poirier.
Ryan Turner hugging the inside of the racetrack. He's found some speed down there. He's better in 1 and 2 on the bottom than he is in 3 and 4. But look at that 15 go.
And how about the battle for second? Mikey Krutschka has caught Jordan Poirier. He'll slip to the inside, put Krutschka into the second spot.
Krutschka gets pinned behind the lap cars now of Pauls and Jonathan. That allows Turner to get further away, but we still have 8 laps left to go in this one. Lots of time for Krutschka to try to catch up.
Krutchka's calling his race almost here. He said if things dropped off a bit at the beginning, just be patient, and that's what he's done. He's biding his time, and he's worked his way back up to the second spot. He can see the leader.
Not a lot of drivers make successful passes on Jordan Poirier. I don't care where the race is. So Mikey Krutchka doing the right things here when it matters. But Ryan Turner, more than a half a straightaway lead over the driver from Hamilton, Ontario.
This time by, it'll be 5 laps left to go for Ryan Turner. He won the 16th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals back on July the 1st, and here he is 5 laps away with 1 up in the high side, and 3 and 4 still rolling though.
I think that's Conium up there, keeps it going, and we are going to go yellow though, as Conium did not get back up to speed quickly enough. Ryan Conium in the 46 car went for a slide and spin up there in corner 3 and 4. Kept it moving, but was not up to speed until the yellow had to come out.
There's the spin by Conium, puts it up there by the screen. And it looked at that point that he just about stalled it out and wasn't going to be able to continue on, but then he was rolling enough to get it, but by then they'd thrown the caution flag, so it puts us back under the yellow flag. 5 laps left to go.
We saw just as the pass for the lead was happening, they were passing Dale Gosselin, who was fighting a really ill-handling car, and he subsequently has pulled it to the pit area, sorry, not the pit area, but to the infield, and safety crew down there taking a look at the 3G.
And this might be a big break for race leader Ryan Turner, but the last 5 laps should go single file.
And he's not in the thick of that traffic that he was in. So things really shook up after that last restart. Ryan Turner, your leader. Mikey Krutchka with a nice pass by Jordan Poirier for second. Poirier back to third. Kyle Phillips still having an outstanding run there in the 4th position. The Cobra, he's up in the top 5, Chuck Hebing. Mitch Brown, he's worked his way into the 6th spot from the 12th starting position. Josh Hansen, the youngster with a couple of wins this year, he's up there in 7th. Corey Turner's had quite the drive from 15th. He's up to 8th now. Last night's winner, Jordan Thomas, in 9th. And Glenn Stiers with a top 10 run here tonight. He's got to feel happy about this. I'm sure he's been frustrated with 2022, but this is where we expect Glenn to be, up there with the top 10.
Anybody still on the racetrack is having a good night. They're facing their challenges and getting the best of them. But out in front, Ryan Turner in that number 15 has led the way, and he looks stronger and stronger as the race goes on. Does Mikey Krutchka have any tricks up his sleeve? We're about to find out.
Green flag back in the air, and boy, Turner really launches off the corner, but here comes Krutchka around the outside. He's got a head of steam off the corner. They'll work down the backstretch, nose to tail.
We'll see what Krutchka's got in 3 and 4. This is where the top side often pays off. This time can't get it done, but he gets a great run out of corner 4, right on the tail end now of Turner.
Off of turn number 2, Krutchka looking at the high side. Ryan Turner sort of exiting on the center of the racetrack, goes down to the bottom of 3 and 4, hits that rut in turn number 4. Here comes Krutchka.
I would not count out Jordan Poirier just yet. If these two get Dyson after it, he's lurking right there in that 3rd spot. Right now it's Turner, Krutchka, Poirier, then a big gap back for the battle for the 4th spot. 2 laps left to go for Ryan Turner.
And now Krutchka goes to the inside, slide job on Turner. Turner going to pay him back here off the corner, and Krutchka now going to fall into the clutches of Poirier.
What a slide job, what a defense. White flag is out, and the top 3 are right together off of turn 4.
Here they come down into corner number 1. Krutchka will ride around the outside line. Burns it just a little bit on the high side at corner number 2. Turner pulls away. Yellow flag out, and we'll try it again.
Kyle Phillips, I think, up there off the end of corner 4.
I didn't see the yellow flag, but I saw safety trucks rolling. So I knew Doug Leonard must have called a yellow. Tough break for Kyle Phillips, having a great top 5 run. Now, is there any chance he's out of fuel?
Well, we haven't run that many caution laps, so I would hope not, but it's possible.
Yeah, I would think if you ran out of fuel, that's a gross miscalculation here tonight.
We did have that. The one delay was the red flag for Barney, so that was some of the time there.
Well, guys, on this restart, if you're Ryan Turner, what's the plan? You know Mikey's been running top and bottom. Do you try and get the run to the top and open up the inside, or do you make Mike go around the outside?
If I'm Ryan Turner, I'm going to make Mikey Crutchka pass me the hard way. I'm going to make him go the long way around the racetrack. Nobody's really made passes on the outside. That's my thought. Greg, Tommy, what do you think?
I think we might be seeing another dive bomb into turn one coming from Crutchka. That sort of almost worked for him. Definitely put Turner off his game for just a minute there.
If he's going to make that move, if he's going to dive down into turn one, he has to get the car settled down and slowed down so it doesn't shoot right across the racetrack. If he does that, bottlenecks Ryan Turner, that's going to open the outside. Whether it's Jordan Poirier or Chuck Hebing, someone is going to go up top.
Coming back to the green flag.
It's a one-lap shootout, Greg. Take us home.
One to go. Ryan Turner heads down low in corner number one, blocks that lane. Here comes the Cobra on the outside. He's challenging Poirier, and it's Turner heading down into three with a good gap on Crutchka. He'll have one more swing off the corner, but Ryan Turner will pick up the 18th running of the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals.
Mikey Crutchka with a solid second place, and it's Chuck Hebing stealing third, the final spot on the podium from Jordan Poirier on the final lap. So Ryan Turner, for the second time in 2022, is your Canadian Sprint Car Nationals champion.
In two different rides, nonetheless, that's pretty impressive to go mid-season, make the change of teams, and then come out and do it again. And his team owner is going to be pretty happy. Nitro 54 Variety presenting the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. And one of their cars will go to Victory Lane.
Do you think it takes any of the thunder away when you give cash sponsorship and you're just taking it out of one pocket and putting it into another?
I don't think the money matters in this event. Really, honestly, it's the prestige of knowing that you've beat the best of the best here tonight at the Big O. We'll watch the replay on this last lap restart, and Ryan's just so good on those restarts. He protected the bottom from any sort of dive bomb. He was smooth and steady through the middle and pulled away down the backstretch.
I'll almost be curious to know, was Mikey Crutchka trying to race for the lead, or was he trying to protect second place? That entry into turn number one, although saying that, if it had worked, if he had found some bite, it would have been phenomenal.
Lone Wolf Fireworks lighting up the sky in our final feature of the 25th season of racing here at Ohsweken Speedway. For all those heading out, thank you so much for being a part of this 25th season at Ohsweken. Couldn't do it without you, the fans. And we hope you enjoyed every lap of action here as Lone Wolf Fireworks really lights it up at corner number 3. And there is your winner, Ryan Turner, across the scales and onto the racetrack. What a season for him.
You know, the decisions he made this year, the choices that were in front of him, to do what he did and to come back and be here tonight in Victory Lane, what a feeling it must be.
So they'll pull him down to Quick Wick Firestarter Victory Lane, where our Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with him in just a moment, and the Nitro 54 Variety gang are down there ready to celebrate. Mikey Crutchka second, and the Cobra, Chuck Hebing. Good drive for him right there at the end. Grabbed a top 3 spot, pushing Jordan Poirier back to 4th, and Mitch Brown to the top 5. I think Ryan's getting ready to climb out, so why don't we set it down track side to Quick Wick Firestarter Victory Lane and Clinton Jeffrey.
Here he comes out of the Nitro 54, Creative Edge number 15. Second team in his second Canadian Sprint Car Nationals win in 2022. Ryan Turner picks up another one. We got him here. Hug for new team owner, Dan Nanacoke. Ryan, you just won the Nitro 54 Canadian Sprint Car Nationals for Dan and team. That's a pretty damn cool thing to do.
Yeah, you know, as you know, Dan does a lot for racing, and it's awesome. I think we've just been gaining speed, and just winning this race here shows how much we've really been gaining. Again, it starts with, Dan and Steve at the top giving us amazing equipment. These beautiful looking cars that Steve got. Every child matters on the side this weekend. That's awesome. I can't thank Brandon. Brandon killed it all night. Our crew killed all night. They were thrashing right before we went out, changing tires, changing rims. Thanks, Mikey. Changing tires, changing rims. They worked their butts off. I gotta thank my wife, for everything she does. She got fields all weekend and helps us on the car. Braden, he's been killing it, grinding these damn good tires. And my buddy Reed showed up. He's a part-timer, but he did awesome this weekend. I gotta thank Nitro 54 Variety, Creative Design Graphics, Hills Racing for putting us up, and Ackland Insurance.
Right on, Ryan Turner grabs his second Canadian Sprint Car Nationals of the year. Getting here with second place, Mikey Krutchka. Mike, they knew you were here tonight, won the heat, won the dash, finished second. You threw a pretty wild slider there at the end on Ryan. You got to be satisfied with second in your little team.
Oh, absolutely. It's frustrating because we only get typically one shot at this a year, and then to come so close. And at the end, I'm sure I had a better car running around the top. I knew it was going to be a long race, and I packed her full of fuel, but I was scared to pack it too much because sometimes you get a stumble at the start. And man, on the last I didn't lead that last caution. I think the momentum, we would have been all right, but I got a couple bumble, and I was just praying to hang on to second. But congrats to Ryan. It's pretty cool. When I was like 15 and he was little, I used to go with his dad, Jamie Turner. We go to the races and the Outlaws, and I'd put him up on my shoulders, and we go around and get hero cards and stuff. So I'm super dejected that I didn't kick his ass, but I'm also super happy that a family member sort of got it done. And congrats to Ryan. Wow, what a day.
You're close, Mike. Congrats. Great second place run. We'll get over here and talk to our third place finisher, Chuck Heaving. That's yours too, Chuck. Chuck, what drive for you? You came up here. We talked to you twice in 2 nights. That's a good deal. Welcome back to Canada, man. 2 spots would have been better, but still a great showing for your team at the end of this long race.
Yeah, we survived. A couple of the bad guys had trouble up front there, but we had a real good car. We were a lot better on cold tires than we were on hot tires, so we haven't been up here in so long. We'll make some changes for next time, but it was good to be back.
We appreciate you coming up, Chuck. Chuck Heaving will finish third, Mikey Krutchka second, and your Canadian Nationals winner for the second time in 2022. Ryan Turner gets it done. Make some noise. We'll bring Tommy down to do the Gartley Awards and a couple other things to wrap us up here at the Canadian Sprint Car Nationals. Tommy, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Just waiting on our cars to head out here. I think Dale might have our plaque for the Gartley Award.
Yeah, so we'll wait for our Hard Charger Award winner to make his way down to victory lane. And, Adam, we saw everything we needed. There was a ton of drama there in 35 laps. A lot of storylines.
To hear Mikey talk about his car stumbling, so maybe fuel was an issue. Maybe that was what affected Kyle Phillips. We're not sure. Look at this. We got Bailey Hurd coming out in the 70. We got Tyler Rand, number 84, coming out. A couple of drivers we didn't talk an awful lot about this weekend, but that's one of the fun things about the special awards that come up in these big races. Tommy Googe, take it away.
Just waiting to get the award winners down here to victory lane. Tommy's going to walk his way down there, and we'll catch up with our specialty award winners here at the Big O. We want to again thank you for supporting this 25th season of racing at Ohsweken Speedway. Not much more you can say about it with the inaugural running of the Pinty's 100 for the NASCAR Pinty Series here on dirt. And ending it here with a great race between some of the best in 360 sprint cars in the Northeast. And thank you, the fans, for all that you do and all the support you give us here at Ohsweken Speedway, all those watching at home on GeForce TV. Tommy, I see some cars down there. You got them there?
Yeah, we're down here now. We've got Tyler Rand. He's our Hard Charger and our Larry Gartley Memorial Last Chance Hard Charger winner. So some money coming his way, $300 for the Nitro 54 Hard Charger Award. And then Curtis has got another $200 from Dottie Creek Agri Services for you. Tyler, you started 30th. I think you got 11th, if I'm not mistaken, 11th or 12th. A lot of work to get up here onto the front stretch tonight.
Yeah, it was a bit of a battle. It was I was a little bit tight. I started bicycling early, and then I started finally getting into a rhythm, catching the bottom. I probably should have came back to the 3 and 4 on the high side because Bailey snuck by me there at the flag stand, took that top 10. But all in all, it was a good race. It's a lot of work. I'm tired now. Cold beer will fix that.
A few extra bucks in your pocket, too, thanks to our sponsors for that. And I'm sure you got a few of your own sponsors you want to thank, too.
Yeah, I got to thank Albrook Excavating. I got to thank Terry's Taxi. I got to thank Jordan Poirier, Steve Poirier. They've been helping me out a lot with my setups and that. Tracy back home. I got Darren. I got my son Nolan's here. My dad's in the back. Brian's in the back. Adam Murphy's back there. A lot of guys helping out. We did blow a motor. We blew a rear end Thursday night in practice. We blew a motor last night. We put it all together today, and here we are.
There he is. That's Tyler Rand. He's your Hard Charger Award winner tonight and the Last Chance Hard Charger as well. And then we'll head over. We'll talk to Bailey Hurd. He's our rookie of the Nationals. I know we already had 2 Nationals this year, but this is the September Nationals. We didn't have the award back in July and August, so you're the highest finishing rookie here in the Canadian Nationals. $250 for you, courtesy of Slack Lumber. And that power plant under there was pretty strong tonight for you. That was part of the story, but you had to work hard for it too.
Yeah, we our engine guy, gave us this motor for this weekend, and the power difference between this and what we were running is just completely different, and it just feels amazing.
I'm sure you got some folks you want to thank as well.
Yeah, I got to thank New Gen Engines, Dottie Creek, Snap-on, EMS, Pro Battery Shops, Riley Silversmith. It's been great. I got to thank all my guys too, Tom Hoopinen, Andy Blanc, my dad, my mom. There's so many people that have helped us get here, and there's tons. Nathan Ackland, there's everybody.
There is. That's Bailey Hurd. Put your hands together for him. Your rookie of the Nationals here for 2022.
So that will wrap things up trackside and wrap up our 25th season of racing here at Ohsweken Speedway. And what a blast it was. G-Force will remain active for the next couple of weeks. Adam, next week you guys will be down at Delaware Speedway Friday and Saturday night for the Quick Super Stocks and the APC Series finales. Going to be a great weekend down there. And then you and I will get back together again with Clinton. The band will be back together at Humberstone for the Fall Classic, September 30th, October 1st. I can't wait for that one. That was a great first year of racing down there in Port Colborne. Looking forward to it then. Season's not over yet.
No, it's not, Greg, but for here at Ohsweken Speedway, it's not over here either, because this year we're going to have the banquet, and that is going to put the bow. That's the cherry on top for the season that was getting back to normal. And they talked for the last 3 years. The term new normal came up an awful lot. And this is a new normal, but I'll tell you, the new normal here at Ohsweken Speedway is pretty damn impressive.
It really is. Glenn Stiers has put his heart and soul into this facility, and we thank him very much for allowing us to come literally play in his backyard. So thank you, Glenn Stiers, for all that you do. On behalf of the Stiers family and all the officials, and on behalf of Tommy Gooch, Clinton Jeffrey, and Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kellnan saying so long from Ohsweken Speedway here in 2022.
copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of GeForce TV. GeForce TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.